What is up, Packers fans? Welcome in to Free Agent Frenzy. I'm your host, Andy Herman. You can follow me on Twitter at Andy Herman NFL. You find the podcast at Packaday Podcast. I'm going to be here for the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I think it's going to be quite a while, which I'm super excited about. Today is one of the really, really fun days on the NFL calendar. Appreciate the 446 of you who are here immediately to join me for this wonderful adventure. I believe we're going to have some special guests stopping by throughout the course of the day, which is really, really exciting as well. But we've got a ton of things to get to right away, including some huge news from this morning. And that is that the Green Bay Packers have once again found a way to fleece the one and only Jerry Jones. The Packers traded Rashan Garry. That is surprising almost in and of itself. It felt like this was destined to be a release. If you would have told me they found a trade for one of their veteran players, I would have expected it to be Elton more than I would have expected it to be Rashan Garry. The initial tweet that came from Diana Russini was that this was going to be likely that was going to be a third round pick. And that seemed like a really exciting situation, that it was going to be a third round pick. And you're like, oh my God, they got a third round pick for Rashan Garry. And then it was updated and it said, actually, it's a late day 3 pick in 2027. You're like, all right, that's not a third round pick, but it's something. They were able to get something. That's an A+. And then it was updated again that they got a 2027 fourth round pick for Rashan Garry. Again, everything indicated, including Rashan Garry's hacked account, that this was going to be a likely release. And instead, they are able to get a 2027 fourth round pick. It's not a fourth round pick in this year's draft. That's actually fine. Next year's draft is actually supposed to be much stronger. So they get a fourth round pick next year. If you're counting along at home, while they don't have a first round pick and they don't have a sixth round pick because they traded for Darian Kennard, they are now looking at a second, a third, possibly 2 third round comp picks, their own fourth, Dallas's fourth, 2 fourth round comp picks, a 5th and a 7th round draft pick next year. It's a lot of draft capital. It's a bummer still, obviously, that they're missing their first, although not so much when you consider they got Micah Parsons for it. But now adding, potentially 2 thirds and 3 fourths to their usual stockpile of third and fourths. That's a really, really good position to be in. So Rashan Garry heads to Dallas. Great for Garry. They need, pass rush help, and they need, what's going to ultimately be now outside linebacker help. They are very thin at that position. Their second round pick, Donovan Ezeraku, is having hip surgery this offseason. He's going to go right to the top of the line in Dallas for their edge position. But for Green Bay to be able to get a fourth round pick, when I think a lot of people sort of had the foregone conclusion, myself included, that, probably release, but if anything, probably a conditional 7th, 6th round pick, something like that, to get a fourth round pick for Rashan Garry is absolutely huge. That's the key news that we already have today. Rob Domofsky recently tweeted that while it's been expected, and we've been talking about this, and it's been for some time now, Romeo Doubs is expected to leave in free agency. No surprise there. Green Bay is now in comp pick collecting season. It looks like we have our first, I guess it's not a free agent signing, it's a re-signing though. Alec Pierce stays with the Indianapolis Colts, a 4-year, $114 million deal that will make him the highest paid free agent receiver in NFL history. This is the craziness that you get in free agency. Alec Pierce, 4 years, $114 million. What an absolute crazy contract. That is insane. That is absolutely insane that he is getting that much money. He's a good receiver, and kudos to Indianapolis for finding a way to sign him. But 4 years, $114 million is an absolute crazy number. Of course, you always have to wait for the actual contract to see what that looks like. But almost no matter what, it is going to be a huge, huge payday for Alec Pierce. And if you're counting at home, 4 years, $116 million. Hello, Christian Watson. Christian Watson is going to point to Alec Pierce's contract and say, hello, that's what I want for me to stay in Green Bay. The first thing I'll add here is that what a unbelievable job by Brian Gutekunst, A, from the Rashan Garry deal earlier, but B, to get that Christian Watson 1-year extension done. Imagine if today Christian Watson was a free agent and what type of deal Christian Watson would be getting from the Packers if you were a free agent today. So to get that extra year of really team-friendly contract on the books has been huge, but this is also a huge update for Christian Watson because he is going to see this deal and say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. 4 years, 114, 116 million, whatever it ends up being. That's the contract that he's going to want. So Goody's going to have to make some decisions there. It definitely affects it, not exactly, but the Jaden Reed market eventually down the road as well. Wide receiver just got a huge bump. If Alec Pierce is making that much, you can imagine every other wide receiver that becomes available on any sort of open market is going to be something that they're going to point to Alec Pierce's contract and say, this is the new standard. So a crazy, crazy deal for Alec Pierce. As mentioned, Romeo Doubs sounds like he's going to be gone in free agency. We expect the same for Rasheed Walker. We expect the same, of course, for Malik Willis. Kingsley Enagbare is still a little bit interesting, especially with the Rashan Garry news. Does that give any urgency to Green Bay to re-sign Kingsley Enagbare? And is there any interest in any other sort of unrestricted free agents? It might be a little bit more of a quiet day from a Packers standpoint today, from a actual free agency point of view. We could still get something with Elton, whether it's a release or a trade with him. That's within the realm of possibility. We could see Kingsley Enagbare re-signing. We could certainly see, and I expect to see Doubs, Malik Willis, Rasheed Walker likely going to some other team today. I would expect that to happen. Quay Walker as well. And Green Bay will have probably a little bit better feel for what those comp picks may look like based on what type of contracts that they sign. And then, there's been some buzz Easton Butler had out there, and I know I've heard this a little bit as well. Keep an eye on Javon Hargrave for Green Bay. He has the familiarity within Jonathan Gannon's defense, had his best year under Jonathan Gannon. And if you recently read some of Hargrave's tweets, he was basically pretty critical of how, Brian Flores played defensive tackles in that defense, saying, hey, if you want to get sacks and pressures as a defensive tackle, don't go play in Brian Flores' defense. He clearly felt like he had a lot more to give from a pass rush standpoint than he was able to do in Minnesota. Don't be surprised if Green Bay takes a look at him. They desperately need depth and players and hopefully playmakers along that defensive line. So that's definitely going to be a huge update or just a huge position to keep an eye on for Green Bay throughout the course of free agency. All right, some quick super chats. Most hated Chicagoan predicted 5 Packers trades. Only need 3 more. Yeah, we got 2 in the books already. Getting 3 more might be a little bit more difficult. Elton could be one. You could get a Wicks trade or something like that at wide receiver. And then around cut down time too, you could certainly see a trade or two. So most hated Chicagoan, you could certainly be in that ballpark. It wouldn't be super shocking if that ultimately comes to fruition. All right, just seeing the Patriots are signing Ravens defensive end Draymond Jones. So a huge signing there, 3 years, $39 million, about $13 million per year. It's a solid deal. That's right around where you would probably expect Draymond Jones to be, and certainly adds to that depth and pass rush for New England. They could lose K'Lavon Chasen, who had a really nice year for them last year. He's an unrestricted free agent. So this could kind of be a one-for-one replacement for him if they do, in fact, lose him. Meanwhile, Olamide Zaccheaus is expected to sign with the Falcons. He was with Chicago last season, so Chicago loses one of their wide receivers. Not a huge deal, but interesting that the Falcons kind of prioritized him pretty early in the process. Looks like that's the moves that we have so far. Will Glass became a brand new Pack a Day Podcast YouTube member. Will, thank you so much. Appreciate you a ton, my friend. Trey Smith, thank you for the kind words, and thanks so much for being here, as well as the 1,250 of you who are in chat. Like I said, I'm going to be here for the next few hours or so. No bathroom breaks. We're going to be good. No food breaks. I do have a couple Gatorades if needed throughout the course of today's show. I wish I was having a Luigi's Pizza, but not going to happen during the show today. But again, really looking forward to the chat. So thank you guys all for being here. PJ Wynn coming in with 20 Pack a Day Podcast YouTube memberships. Hopefully some of you in chat are able to reap the benefits of that. But yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate your membership, Hall of Fame membership. We got to catch up soon, but appreciate you a ton for that, my friend. Great day to be a fan of the NFL. It's one of the really fun days on the calendar for sure. Do an episode with Mark and Jason. I do have to hop on with them at some point. I love Mark and Jason. One of the great shows that we have on the Pack a Day podcast on the audio side of things. I always get a chuckle out of them. I always enjoy the weather updates, and they do such a great job, covering the Packers in totality. And Mark always has such a unique view of the NFL and the Packers as well. Learn something every time I listen to those guys. So if you're not checking those guys out every Thursday on the Pack a Day podcast audio show, you're doing yourself a disservice. They do incredible, incredible work. Packer Hall of Famer for sure. Not sure where. Oh yeah, thank you, Jerry. Jerry Jones. I thought somebody else maybe gifted memberships, and I'm like, did somebody else gift memberships and I missed it? But yes, Jerry Jones, unbelievable, unbelievable. We thank you for your service. We'll have to build the statue in Green Bay, but just a fantastic deal. Raiders and Eric Stokes have agreed to a 3-year, $30 million deal, keeping the former first-round pick in Las Vegas. He gets $20 million guaranteed. So that is a new deal for former Packer Eric Stokes. He had a really, really nice year with the Raiders last year. I know that there were some questions with Taron Johnson going to the Raiders. Would Stokes still be back? The expectation was yes. Taron Johnson's going to play in the slot. Stokes plays on the outside. He fit perfectly in that defense last year, although it's obviously a new coaching staff this year with Vegas, but he did a really nice job there. It's an unfortunate thing that it just didn't work out in Green Bay. It was time for both sides. I know you could look at it in the benefit of hindsight and say, oh, Packers just should have hung on to him. But, they gave him 4 years and they gave him every opportunity in 2024 to be the guy, to be the starter. They gave him the unquestioned starting spot to start the season, and injuries derailed him again. And he just wasn't that good. Even when he got on the field, it just didn't fit. It was time for a change of scenery. And this is why sometimes when you look at those, change of scenery situations, sometimes they work out really well. And for Eric Stokes, it didn't work in Green Bay outside of his rookie year. It worked great last year for Vegas. And he is getting paid for it handsomely. 3 years, $30 million with $20 million guaranteed to stick with the Raiders. By the way, if you're just looking at this free agency with some of the guys that have now re-signed, with Alec Pierce re-signing, Travis Kelce re-signed today, with Eric Stokes re-signing, Monteric Brown, somebody that we've talked about at corner, this free agency class, and especially with some of the franchise tags, transition tags, things like that, it's even worse than we expected it to be. A lot of these players have ended up sticking with their own teams. And as we actually opened free agency, the amount of talent, even Jalen Phillips, it looks like he's going to stay with Philadelphia unless something changes there. The amount of actual real talent that ended up becoming available at the top of this market was even less than we expected. So, Connor McGovern, another at center that stayed with Buffalo. It's an even worse free agent class than it looked like even a couple weeks ago. So worth noting here that a lot of these guys ended up staying with their own team. Trent Williams apparently potentially on the trade block. I can't imagine Green Bay finds a way to make that happen. But holy hell, you want to supercharge your offensive line? That would be a way to do it. The contract and the draft pick and everything that it would take to get it done. Plus, you're sort of really screwing over Jordan Morgan. Not that that's the be-all, end-all. He could compete at right guard, certainly, with Anthony Belton if you needed him to, or just be your sort of swing offensive lineman. But I can't imagine that happening, but it would be a hell of a lot of fun. But hey, just even getting Trent Williams out of San Francisco, as long as he doesn't go to Chicago or Detroit, who could both use Trent Williams, and I'm sure would love Trent Williams, that would be a good sign. Hopefully Trent Williams, if he's not in San Fran, goes to an AFC team or Green Bay if they want to make it happen. I have heard continued buzz that Green Bay is still, sniffing around the Jalen Carter market. Whether or not that happens will remain to be seen. But I think it's extremely unlikely. I'll put it that way. But there has been continued buzz that Green Bay is still continuing to sniff around Jalen Carter to see if they can get in on that if Philly does trade him. I actually do think Philly will end up trading Jalen Carter just because some of the contracts that they have, and they just gave Jordan Davis that huge deal. Sounds like they're going to re-sign Jalen Phillips. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Jalen Carter ends up elsewhere. Cowboys fans trying to say the Packers got fleeced. I'll let them have their fun. Let them enjoy it. They'll learn soon enough. They'll learn soon enough. It's okay. But huge deal for Goody. And by the way, just really quick here, a shout out to Habish Rotier. All of our offseason moves, all offseason are presented by Habish Rotier. The Packers are working to build the perfect roster and coaching staff. And if you are injured after an accident, you'll need a perfect staff of qualified and experienced attorneys to champion your cause. The attorneys at Habish Firm are always here for you with a national reputation and compassionate hometown service. They'll work hard to get you the compensation that you deserve. When you call Habish, you're going to talk to a lawyer directly. Super simple. Their number is 800-242-2874 or 800-2HABISH. Of course, you can also visit their website at habish.com. Habish Rotier, national reputation, hometown service. A huge shout out to them for helping us sponsor today's show. And again, every offseason move for the Packers. Again, a huge one today with Rashan Garry going over to Dallas, getting traded, picking up a 4th round pick in return. So appreciate Habish. Again, go check them out over at habish.com. All right. Where else we got here? Salute said on another chat, regardless of how this ended, thanks, Rashan. You bled for us. I won't forget it. Hopefully fans are, I'm assuming you mean grateful, but maybe graceful. Can I be real? R. Smith, I appreciate Rashan Garry and what he did in Green Bay. I'm very excited that Rashan Garry is playing elsewhere in 2026. The Rashan Garry experience, listen, right before the ACL injury, he was playing phenomenal football. 80 plus pressures that year. He looked like he was ready to take off in a significant way. But I would kind of argue there's probably about a 1.5 year period of the Rashan Garry experience that felt really, really good. And then you got the torn ACL, and then he came back those first, I would say month and a half looked really good. And then it just all went downhill from there. And the jogging out plays and just some of the, I don't know, the bizarro stuff that ended up happening. I was more than ready for Rashan to be on another team. So no, I'm not trying to stick it to him or whatever. This is one that it was time. It was ready for both sides to go in a different direction. He's, like I said, he's going to have a great opportunity in Dallas. He's going to, right now probably be the guy at edge rusher for them. We'll see. The big talking point today was the reuniting of Kenny Clark and Rashan Garry. Rashan being there actually, to me, hastens the possibility that Kenny Clark could get cut. Interesting kind of possibility there if Clark would, if Green Bay would be interested in reuniting with Clark and vice versa. But we'll see what happens with Kenny and if he actually stays in Dallas or not. That's going to be an interesting one as well. All right, just checking the breaking news, checking the feed here. We got Draymond Jones already. A lot of teams interested in James Pierre from the Steelers, although Green Bay not on that list per that's Justina Anderson. Yeah, seems right now that Draymond Jones, Eric Stokes, Alec Pierce, those have been the big ones so far that have either re-signed or found new teams. Those have been the big news. Sean Ryan's deal. 3 years, $33 million for Sean Ryan. 11 mil signing bonus, salaries of $1.95 million. Let's see. That doesn't make sense how he is saying this one. I'm just looking at Aaron Wilson's tweet of this. 1.95 million, 1.3 million, 5.95 million, 6.5 million. Those are four numbers. There's only 3 years, Aaron. You can't have 4 years of numbers if he only has 3 years. So I'll have to double check that. I'm assuming he means 1.3 mil guaranteed is what I'm guessing. So 1.95 mil, 5.95 mil, 6.65 mil. Third day 2027 league year roster bonus, 3 million on the third day of 2028. League year roster bonus, 44,118 per game active roster bonus annual, $2 million Pro Bowl All-Pro incentive, 2 million Pro Bowl in 2028. All-Pro base escalator 27-28, max APY 12 mil for a potential max of 36 million. All right. 11 mil signing. So depending on if they added any void years to this or not, you're probably looking at, so if they didn't, the 11 mil will prorate over 3 years. So 3.67 mil in the signing bonus plus 1.95 million base. Plus you're probably looking at about 6-ish million that he's going to count against the cap this year for Sean Ryan. So not terrible. And then obviously it's going to go up from there year over year over the next couple of years, but interesting numbers there for Sean Ryan as well. Again, we'll be keeping an eye on all the news and notes over the course of the next couple hours or so. Thank you guys again so much for the comments. Do expect a couple special guests to stop by through the course of today's show. Don't know when, don't know why, don't know how, but we should have some stopping by at some point. Just checking this. Yeah, it doesn't look like any other deals at this point in time. So let's get back to our super chats here. Percent chances we trade for Jalen Carter from the Eagles. I'll put it at 1 to 2%. I don't think it's super likely. I don't think it's impossible. I think they do have a little bit of added draft capital now with the extra comp picks that are going to be coming and the extra 4th round pick. But if Philly trades him, I have to believe there's at least a 1st round pick that's going to Philly, and probably a little bit more, unless there's some sort of big player involved. But if you're going to trade a 1st round, you're now trading your 2028 first. And if there is a 1st round pick involved, is Philly willing to wait till 2028? Some other teams probably willing to offer a 2026 or 2027 1st round pick. So you're going to have to almost pay like a tax on top of that as well. I think the odds that he ends up in Green Bay from a salary cap standpoint, from a trade compensation standpoint, It seems unlikely, but maybe not quite impossible. So I'll say 1 to 2% chance. M. Basowitz became a brand new Pack a Day podcast YouTube member. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Appreciate you a ton. And Carla Delgado, 20 Pack a Day podcast YouTube memberships. That is freaking awesome. We've already had 40 gifted memberships plus a couple people signing up. So thank you guys so much for that. That is freaking awesome. And again, hopefully some of you in here in the chat get to enjoy those new memberships. And if so, and if you're liking them, make sure to sign up long-term as well. Weekly members only Q&As, extra members content, especially during the season. Aaron Nagler and I do a show every week in season for members. So a lot of great stuff out there. Make sure to check that out. And Carla, thank you so much again. What a start to the offseason. Yeah, it's been pretty busy so far. You obviously have Colby Wooden getting traded for Zaire Franklin. You've got the re-signing of Sean Ryan. Aaron Banks restructured his contract. Xavier McKinney restructured his contract. Rashan Gary's going out for a 4th-round pick. You have a new defensive coordinator. You've got a new special teams coordinator. So this is, and a lot of new position coaches as well, for an offseason that you weren't sure exactly how much movement and how much stuff was going to happen. There's been quite a bit, not to mention Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur signing long-term contract extensions. For just being March 9th, there's been quite a bit that's been happening. So appreciate the Packers for providing all the extra content for us to talk about here on Pack a Day. But yeah, it's been a fun offseason, an interesting offseason so far already. All right, Greg, thanks for being here. How does an organization avoid having higher officials not getting constructive criticism from people that are beholden to them for their employment? Avoid having higher officials not getting constructive criticism from people that are beholden to them for their employment. Greg, I need you to be a little bit more specific here. Are you saying that like LaFleur and Goody aren't, going to get criticism from them, underneath them? Or are you talking about ed policy here? You'll have to let me know a little bit more on the details of this. I'm not entirely sure of the question, so my apologies for that. Cleveland Green Bay fan, thank you for becoming a new member. Matthew, thank you for the kind words. This is a labor of love. It's all joy. It's all fun. So I appreciate you guys a ton and glad that you're along for the ride. It certainly makes things a whole heck of a lot more fun. Sign Reek Woolen and Calais Campbell, please, Goody. One thing we should talk about here, Mike, that I think is worth noting. Green Bay re-signed Sean Ryan. They have 5 unrestricted free agents who are going to get comp picks in return. Quay Walker, Malik Willis, Rasheed Walker, who am I missing? Kingsley Enagbare, and Romeo Doubs. All right, so they've got 5 unrestricted free agents that are going to get comp picks in return. The max amount of comp picks that you can get is 4. So one of those you can have cancel out. So if they were to say sign Reek Woolen, it's going to cancel out one of those picks, probably one of the more top-end ones. You'll still get 4 comp picks, assuming the other guys leave and get good deals in free agency, with which they should. But once you sign one more free agent or re-sign one more of your guys, in the case, let's say they want to re-sign Kingsley Enagbare, if you sign another unrestricted free agent after that, that counts against the comp pick formula, not somebody that was released or not somebody that you sign after the draft, but anybody that you sign between now and the draft, that's an unrestricted free agent, is going to go towards that comp pick formula. You're going to erase one of those comp picks. So you sort of have one free agent to play with, and then they're probably done in unrestricted free agency. They don't have to be, but it now becomes a situation where, like, so let's say they signed Reek Woolen in your example here. They sign Reek Woolen. Let's say it cancels out the Rasheed Walker or maybe the Romeo Doubs. Let's say it cancels out the Romeo Doubs, and you get 2/3, a third for Malik, a third for Rasheed, a fourth for Quay, and then like a fifth for Enagbare. So you go from a fourth to a fifth. It cancels out one of your fourths. But now, if you were to sign Calais Campbell, you could, but just know that that's probably going to cancel out that 5th round comp pick for Kingsley Enagbare. And now, instead of getting 4 comp picks, including that 5th rounder, you're only going to get 3. Can you do that? Sure. But now, again, you just have to weigh out that trade out. Is it worth signing Calais Campbell? Or if you wanted to get like a, Charlie Kohler or something like that, is it worth it to sign that player and cancel out a comp pick? That's what they're going to have to weigh out once they sign one unrestricted free agent and are looking to sign a second. So just note that they can go get Reek Woolen and Calais Campbell. It'd be fun off season, right? But they would lose a comp pick in that scenario. Not the end of the world, but just want to make everyone aware of that, of course, as well. Yoshi, thank you for being a member for 10 months. Hate looking too far ahead, but all those comp picks coming plus the fourth for Rashan makes that draft an exciting prospect. Hopefully it ends up being a loaded middle draft. Next year's draft class is supposed to be really, really good. It's supposed to be really, really good. So the fact that they have a bunch of, second, third, fourth round picks is really good for Green Bay. They don't have a first, which sucks in a potentially loaded draft class, but Goody's trying his best to make up for it with a bunch of comp picks and now getting a fourth round pick for Rashan Garry as well. So all indications are a very strong draft class in 2027. Perfect accompaniment to office busy work on Monday. Thanks for holding it down and giving us even more content, Andy. You are more than welcome. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you a ton. Logan Hoffman, 2023. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Andy, curious if we only wait for cap casualties or sign an unrestricted, why can I not say unrestricted today? Unrestricted free agent after the Garry comp pick. 2027 draft looks stronger than 2026. Your thoughts on this? Logan, you basically beat me to it from what I just talked about for the last couple minutes. I think they can sign one unrestricted free agent. And then I think from there, you're probably looking at, cap casualties or waiting until after the draft when it doesn't count against the comp pick formula. And then it does seem like 2027 is stronger than 2026. So that's noteworthy as well. So with Elton getting held onto, why not let him walk and get a comp pick and sign a player? Great question. If you release a player, they are not eligible for a comp pick. So it's only if they become a true unrestricted free agent. You don't get it if you release them. So the only way that you can get anything in return for Elton is if you trade him. There's no benefit to releasing him. The only benefit is getting that cap, clearance right away. And then if you do that, great. But if they want to hold out to get any compensation for him, releasing him would do nothing. They would have to trade him in order to get that compensation. So just to note there, releasing him and letting him walk does nothing for the comp pick formula. I'm just going to take a quick look at the ticker here, see if anything else came through before we move on to some other questions. Kenneth Walker signing with Kansas City. Ken Ingles has the Sean Ryan contract up, so he is going to get a 6.66 salary cap charge in 2026, and then would be on the books for 12.7 in 2027 and 13.7 in 2028. This is what amounts to really a 2-year 23, like about a 2-year, $23 million deal. About 6.7 this year, 12.7 in 2027, and then a dead cap charge of 3.7 in 2028. So it probably amounts to about a 2-year, again, 18, 19, 22, 23. 2-year, $23 million deal for Sean Ryan is what this probably amounts to. With a $6.7 million cap charge this year, $12.7 million cap charge next year, and a $3.7 million dead cap hit in 2028. If he plays well and they extend him or restructure him, sure, that's always a possibility. But right now, probably amounts to about a real true 2-year, 2-year, $23 million deal for Sean Ryan. Easy for me to say. So interesting on Kenneth Walker to Kansas City. And again, interesting notes there on the Sean Ryan contract. Walker, per insiders, a new home for the Seahawks star. Walker's deal done by their agents. Yeah. No words on contract yet for Kenneth Walker. We'll keep an eye out for that. Nice to get him out of the conference. That's a plus there. He goes from the NFC and the Super Bowl champions to Kansas City. Certainly makes Kansas City better, but not a bad situation for the time being, where he is out of the conference entirely and makes Seattle a little bit worse by not getting him back. Although he was expected to leave, that's not a surprise. Tua continues to be rumored to the Falcons, but nothing done there yet. And as far as I can tell, that was the latest news. So Kenneth Walker to KC was one of the ones that was talked about quite a bit. Giants were apparently involved in that also, but Chiefs end up getting him. Again, no word on contract terms as of yet. All right. Appreciate again the 1,700 plus people who are here. We got a lot of chats. I'm not going to be able to get to everything. We'll try to get to some members chats as we go through today as well. Looks like we got a new super chat. Could the fourth for Garry make them more willing to lose a comp pick next year by signing a free agent now? Also, Philly moves Brown. What about Reed for Carter? Makes us a little thin at wide receiver, but D-line is deadly. I think it would take more than Reed to get Carter, You could certainly trade Jaden Reed for Carter, Reed and stuff for Carter, and then try to add a wide receiver elsewhere via free agency or via the draft. That's within the realm of possibility. I could see Philly being interested in Jaden Reed, Devontae Smith on the outside, Jaden Reed in the slot. They'd still probably need somebody on the outside, but they could do that. I don't see that as likely, but it's not the craziest idea in the world. As far as, trading for, Gary for the fourth, yeah, it could certainly make them more likely to go and sign a big free agent, but I'm not sure that those free agents are out there. Talked about this with Justice and Perry yesterday. If you're going to go big game hunting in free agency, right? You're probably, let's just walk through this. They're not doing it at quarterback. All right. They're not doing it at running back. And if they were, they would have released Jacobs and then gone after like Kenneth Walker. That's not happening. So they're not going to go after a running back. It's not going to be wide receiver. I think we can agree on that. It's not going to be a tight end. There's no real great offensive lineman left. So it's not going to be for an offensive lineman, especially after signing Sean Ryan. I can't imagine it's going to be anything like Linderbaum would have been the guy, and there's no longer that appetite because you re-signed Sean Ryan. On the defensive line, there's not really a guy out there that fits that dream scenario of like, oh, we can go get this big name defensive lineman now. Linebacker, you've already sort of done by getting Zaire Franklin. And so you're down to corner. If they're going to make a splash move, it's probably at corner, whether it be a Reek Woolen or maybe a Watson from Kansas City. That's probably the splash move that you would make. And after you're done with that, I don't know that there's another player that makes sense to give up the comp pick for. I don't know that there's another player that you're like, I got to have this guy. If there is, so be it. But I think you're probably looking at released players at that standpoint. And again, keep an eye on Javon Hargrave from Minnesota, Dalvin Tomlinson from Arizona. Keep an eye on those type of players that have been released that could be, pickups for Green Bay that are not going to count against the comp pick formula. Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. I saw maybe there's some other stuff going on there, but yeah, Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs is what's done. Cutting Elton does not get a comp pick for Green Bay, Matthew. No comp picks for released players. Maybe you meant to put not in there, but it does not get a comp pick. All right. Well, look at this. Look what we have here. The one, the only.
Well.
Aaron Nagler from Cheesehead TV. Aaron, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am fantastic. How is your free agent frenzy treating you so far?
It's a frenzy when you wake up and barely get like the crust out of your eyes and the Packers have traded Rashan Garry. That'll spring you into action real quick. Good times, Andy.
Very much so. I want your thoughts on that right away. What was your take immediately seeing the Rashan Garry trade?
I mean, it's just fascinating that they were able to get anything, an asset of any kind for a guy that I think everyone presumed was going to get cut, was a few hours away from being able to negotiate with other teams. And in comes Dallas. Thank you, Jerry. A fourth round in 2027 for, I guess, another on a bevy of what is expected to be comp picks. Love it. I can't believe it. Hats off to Goody and company for playing some chess. And the fact that, and I know Ken Ingalls put this out there, the fact that the math is the exact same as they would have released him and or traded him as far as cap wise, the fact that they get a fourth round pick on top of that is just absolutely perfect.
As Ken said, the cherry on top of the sundae. They save the money, they get the fourth round pick, and loading up for what's supposed to be a really good 2027 draft class. And they're going to get a bunch of comp picks by guys signed away today as well, which is a little bit of a bittersweet bummer losing some of the guys.
It is. I'm frantically refreshing to see the Romeo Dobbs news since Domofsky put out there that he's expected to sign very soon, etc. We'll see.
A lot of San Francisco buzz for Romeo Dobbs. We'll see if that comes out.
Which makes all the sense in the world, of course.
It does. It very much does. No surprise, though, that he's going to be gone. I'm very interested to see the Romeo deal now that Alec Pierce deal is done, though, because Romeo basically goes to the top of the market. Wan'Dale Robinson, too, but if you want an outside wide receiver, it's kind of Romeo. I guess Mike Evans, of course, is out there, but obviously older.
Do you really buy that? I mean, it feels like every year we've got some smoke that Evans may leave Tampa Bay. I just don't. I think, fast forward 20 years from now, Mike Evans is still going to be on a 1-year deal in Tampa Bay.
I hope so. You like to see those players that stay in one spot, and Mike Evans just feels like a Buccaneer, but we'll see. We'll see.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, much like the smoke about, oh, Travis Kelce could go something. No,
Yeah, that was
Travis
fake.
Kelce was
That's
never
always
going
fake.
anywhere else. Come on now.
Very much so.
Give me a
What did you
break.
think of the trade over the weekend? Zaire Franklin coming in. You send Colby Wooden out. Thoughts on that deal?
I love adding like a pissed off dog in the middle of the defense. And I understand everyone pointing at the PFF ranking bull crap. I don't know if I can swear on this program.
Yeah, go for
But, you know, look, he was in a completely new defensive scheme last season, right? Coming off a season where he was quite good in 2024. I do think there's some familiarity with Gannon coming in. Clearly, he was on staff when, Franklin came into the league. Clearly, there's no way they make this move without sign off from Gannon with a very specific idea of how they want to utilize him next to Edrin Cooper. The loss of Colby Wooden is interesting because it certainly would suggest, along with the trade of Rashan today, man, they are going to revamp that defensive front. So I like a guy who's clearly productive. I don't think he's had a season where he hasn't had over 100 tackles, and a guy who, like I said, plays a little pissed off. I like the addition. And look, for everyone who is pissing and moaning about the Packers being so young, here's your 30-something. Add him to the defense, add a little experience. I like the move on balance. Very interested to see how they utilize him in Gannon's defense.
Yeah, me too. The first part that you mentioned is the thing I'm most excited about. They just have to get a few more assholes on this defense, and they got an asshole on the defense, and getting this guy, I love it from that standpoint. We'll see how he fits. We'll see how he can do. We'll see if he can play closer to 2024. I do think if you're looking for signs of optimism, the fact that he was in a different defense that clearly didn't fit him perfectly and was coming off that offseason ankle injury in 2025 as well. I think there's reason to say, all right, that you could legitimately make an argument for a bounce back in 2026, that, you're not just grasping at straws for something. It does feel like there could be something there.
Absolutely. And look, we all know that, Father Time is undefeated. And I do think you'll get a decent sense of how he fits and how he looks in the defense, like from the jump, and whether or not the Packers feel like they can live with it and or succeed with it. I don't doubt for a moment that they'll continue to look at that position in the draft as well. It's like you're never sitting still. And Brian name-checked linebacker, off-ball linebacker, at the combine when you talked about rooms that needed competition. So I think you can expect more churn there as we go forward this offseason.
Just breaking news here. Jalen Watson to the Rams. Talk about making over a position in the offseason. Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson in one offseason is about as big as it gets. Just stealing both from KC, not stealing tight. They got to give up a first and third and some other stuff for McDuffie. But man, just taking two corners from KC, plugging them into LA, that certainly is going to make their secondary a whole lot more.
Oh, and that was a very obvious kind of weak point for their team, no doubt about it. It's always interesting to kind of look at how other teams operate comparative to the Packers. We, as the fan base sitting on the outside looking in, we've been like bitching about the cornerback play for what feels like years. And, the Packers, we don't need an overhaul. We only need to add competition. Then you look at the Rams and they just completely rip apart their room and, start over with named assets and guys that have done it at a high level in the league. It's always interesting to compare and contrast, no doubt about it.
Rams not afraid to get the hired guns. Just they see something there. Well, yeah, F them picks or sign big guys in free agency, whatever it is. The stat where it's like been the last 10 or 11 years they've had one first round pick, and it's Jared Verse, and it's Jared Verse, of course.
It's a pretty damn good player, right?
Yes, to get that.
But that's the other thing. I remember a couple of years ago when people were talking about F them picks and all that, which is somewhat true as far as how they've thrown things around without regard for wanting to hoard their draft picks. But they've done a good job of drafting. That's the thing. Like, even when they've allowed draft picks to fly out the door, the picks that they've made have been good. So that's a big key. You can't F them picks and then screw up the picks you got. They've done a really good job of getting talent in the door and making good selections in the draft.
Yeah, certainly you can F them picks in the first round when you're drafting really well in rounds 2 and 3 and 4. Days 2 and 3 is what I meant to say. But they've done a fantastic job of that. Jonathan said Christian Watson going to be a very rich dude. That's obviously the side story here.
Yeah. With the Colts signing there, I zero doubt. I mean, and you talk about everything that's going to happen in the wide receiver market from Pierce to Dobbs, and now I got to suspect, Watson's going to sign a pretty significant extension here this offseason, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think so too, which is good for him. And obviously, you've got the injury stuff, but he's earned the contract, and he just adds so much to the offense, both when he's getting the ball and when he's not getting the ball. You see all the advanced metrics of when he's on the field and when he's not on the field, and how much difference this offense, just how different the offense operates. He's such a huge player for them.
Yeah, and just the gravitational pull that we've talked about and that you're alluding to there, but just the production straight up. I mean, when you talk about the night and day difference once he came back on the field in 2025, and to think that that's fresh off the ACL injury. You talk about paying guys for what you project them to do going forward. I mean, hopefully he only continues to get better and fresher, so to speak, off that injury. Got to think he probably even looks more dynamic in 2026 and beyond. Yeah, he's gonna get the bag, no doubt.
4 years, $120 million for Jalen Phillips to the Carolina Panthers. So a lot of the buzz was that he was staying in Philly. He is not staying in Philly. Panthers get a huge new defensive end, so that's the biggest one there. Laramie Tunsil, 2-year extension with the Commanders. So a little bit of an update there as well. Aaron, before I forget, you are welcome to stay as long as you want, my friend. But if at any time you need to head out, I totally understand. So
just trust me, I'll jump when I need to, sir.
I know you will, but just want to make sure you know as well. That was the big one. One name that came up here that I haven't actually talked about recently is Trayvon Diggs. His name was being put in chat here. I think it was Doom McSalvage, of course, said, I take Diggs back on a cheap-ish deal, give him a full offseason here. I am interested to see what Green Bay ultimately does do at corner. Goody's talked about competition. They got rid of Diggs pretty quick. It wasn't like let's drag this out and see if we can renegotiate something. It was a immediate rip of the Band-Aid.
And you'll notice there hasn't been a nibble.
No.
Since that.
Because he could have signed at any time.
At any moment.
Team.
Exactly.
And no team has done that yet. So whether it's Diggs or anything, I am just interested to see what they do at corner. But if it's like a 1-year vet min for Diggs to bring in as a competition, I certainly wouldn't hate that.
Love that idea, and that requires you to sit it out, right? I don't think he's going to sign that deal right away, obviously. Correct. But the fact that, again, we haven't heard anyway of anything as far as teams reaching out or any interest league-wide would suggest that, he's probably going to sit on the street for a bit. And the longer that lasts, I do think there's a decent chance that the Packers can approach him and say, look, come on in, as your commenter here is suggesting, come in, get the full offseason program, get into kind of the mix, so to speak, defensively with a new system and see where it lands competition-wise. I think that's something that might be attractive to him. Obviously, there's the Micah Parsons connection. We saw how instantly Parsons was so excited about adding him in Green Bay. I think it's a possibility. I'm not going to say it's definitely going to happen, but certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I think so too. We had another move or trade, if you will. Michael Pittman headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Mike McCarthy getting Michael Pittman, and we'll see who's quarterback. Does Aaron Rodgers get Michael Pittman? What do you think? Rodgers going to be back another year in Pittsburgh?
Man, such a coin flip. Such a coin flip.
Well, he's always such an easy person to read.
I know, obviously, right? The tea leaves are obvious. My guess right now would be probably he hangs it up. I mean, what more does he have to prove? I can't imagine the allure of reteaming with Mike McCarthy is enough to go through everything he's got to go through for another NFL season. Although, I mean, hell, if the Pittsburgh Steelers are more than amiable to paying him, $15-20 million for one more season worth of work, that's a hard thing to turn down. So I right now, I think it's a total coin flip.
Can you imagine going back in time and telling you that, like, hey, in a handful of years, Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers will be together in Pittsburgh right? in the year 2026? Well,
especially after the game against Buffalo in Lambeau, where Rodgers, according to Big Dog said this, I'm not making things up, Mike McCarthy had a play call, and Rodgers in the huddle says, fuck that, we're not running that, and then calls his own play. In a game they won, and then Rodgers acted like they lost after the game, and he was so upset and frustrated with McCarthy. If you told me that day that, yes, the potential of them re-teaming in Pittsburgh in 2026, I would have told you you're crazy.
if there's ever been a distance makes the heart grow fonder sort of
right?
Proof in the pudding like sort of statement, that there it is right there. It's just remarkable what happens. Where are you at with Green Bay with what you want to see them do the rest of the way? Defensive tackle, obviously, and just the defensive line seems like something that needs a makeover. We talked a little bit about corner, but what are you prioritizing if you're Goody right now?
Absolutely, defensive line, defensive tackle, as it were. I think there are a couple of options out there, obviously, with guys that have been or will be cut. I don't think they'll sign a true free agent for some of the reasons you stated earlier, especially with the comp pick formula. But I do think, like, Hargrave is a very real possibility. Tomlinson most likely is on their radar. I got to think that has to be number one. And I don't doubt for a moment they'll look at corner as well. But I do think corner is something they will most likely wait on as far as letting the market settle a little bit. Although this day and age, letting the market settle means like by 3 p.m. this
Couple
afternoon.
hours.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I do think defensive tackle is something both in the on the free agent market, but also in the draft. That to me has to be a focal point because, I mean, 2 years in a row now, you've let Kenny Walker and Colby Wooden out the door. You're really, really needing influx of talent there. You've got Wyatt coming back off an injury and a lot of rotational pieces. You need frontline talent. You need starters, guys who can give you quality minutes. And look, a guy like Hargrave, I mean, he can still rush the passer. I know he's, an older vet, which is what the Packers usually have shied away from. But man, you talk about a guy who can still get it done along the interior and create pressure and create havoc. He is a guy that I would welcome with open arms in Green Bay. And I suspect they'll be at least talking in that regard.
Yeah, definitely some whispers and buzz around Hargrave. Wouldn't hate that at all. Had his best year under Jonathan Gannon. And even Hargrave again said he didn't feel like he was used correctly, or at least said, if you want to get pressures and pass rush, don't go to play for Brian Flores in Minnesota. Was clearly not too happy there. So
not thrilled with it. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Which makes sense, by the way. I mean, Flores, for all the plaudits he gets, rightfully so, and everyone talks about his schematic stuff. Well, that's the thing. That's the star, right? Like his ability to gin up pressure and scheme things open and free rushers and put the quarterback in hell is not totally, but is very much scheme driven, right? You're not rushing for and asking those guys to win one-on-ones or even split double teams. You're doing a lot schematically. So I get it if you're like a guy who wants to be let go and and I don't have to worry so much about what I'm being asked to do schematically and maybe just beat the guy across from you or help, yes, certainly with the design of the defense, but more often than not, you're allowed to get upfield on a jet rush and get after the quarterback. Yeah, I can suspect that maybe a guy wants to get a fresh start in that regard.
Yeah, the way I look at defensive line right now too, thankfully, Green Bay does not have a game until early September. But if they had to line up this weekend, you can line up every other position on the roster right now. You're like, all right, you've got a chance to win that game. Like you've got starters everywhere else if need be. Corner, you would like. We got Malik Willis done. Malik to Miami. We'll get back to that in a second. But Malik to Miami, apparently 3 years, $67 million for Malik Willis is what the at least everyone's coming in chat. I'll verify it on Twitter right now. Yeah,
there
right.
It is. Yep.
So
Malik,
Jeff Affley,
3 year, $45 million fully guaranteed. 3 years for $67.5 million.
It's about 22 mil per year for Malik Willis. Not bad. A 3-year deal. So a little bit over that Justin Fields sort of bar, which was it was right around 2 years, 20 for Justin Fields, if I remember correctly. So Miami.
Remember John Eric Sullivan at the combine legit said, if you are a quarterback needy team and you are not talking about adding Malik Willis, you are lying. So he wasn't blowing smoke. They were certainly talking about Malik Willis.
It is Green Bay South. We've got John Eric Sullivan, GM, Jeff Affley, coach, Malik Willis, quarterback. There is your new trio.
And a bunch of defensive coaches in the mix as well.
Yeah. Ryan Downard in defensive backs coach. They took the linebackers coach as defensive coordinator. So yeah, Lambeau South. We'll see if they add any other Packers this offseason as well.
That means we'll be facing off against Malik, I believe. Do the Dolphins not come to Green Bay at some point?
I think it is
next year.
Packers opponents 2026. You've got the Dolphins coming to Green Bay.
There it is.
In 2026.
Malik Willis versus Jordan Love in Lambeau, baby. Let's go.
All right. The one thing I said, Aaron, if Green Bay gets off to some like 2-2 start,
oh,
and
here
somehow
we
Miami's
go.
4-0, you like the amount of Miami got the better GM,
They got the
better
guy,
coach,
right?
they got the better quarterback. It's going to be raining hellfire in Green Bay if all of a sudden Miami starts great and Green Bay doesn't. Are you ready for it?
Can't wait, brother. Hey, that's what gets the engagement, baby. Let's do it. I'm all for it. It's like I told Rodgers in the locker room that after he dropped the bomb on draft night and we all spent like months dealing with whether Rodgers was going to be out, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I said, thanks so much for the engagement. I showed him the graph on the Cheesehead TV traffic. I was like, shoo, like, thanks, brother. I love it. So, yeah, I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Absolutely amazing. I am interested to see what Arizona does now, because is it just
Right.
Brissett? Do they just stick with Brissett? But Matt's brother has an interesting situation there in Arizona.
That's the most political correct way you could possibly say that. He's working for the worst owner in the NFL. But other than that, he's set up for success.
With a roster that's in a really, really bad spot.
Whew,
and
baby.
yeah, good luck to Matt's brother. Not the easiest job in the world, that's for sure. Did have some super chats come in. Let's see here. With Jordan Schultz reporting Walker got $28 million guaranteed from the Chiefs. That's a lot for running back. Hi, Negs. Eeyore number 2 checking in.
What's up, Mike Witt? Mike
Love
Witt.
it.
Mike has been vying for that Eeyore number 1 spot for like a year. But
who's Eeyore number 1?
Oh, that's Soder. Is a longtime commenter / Patreon / Care of the G Club member. Soder, awesome. It's hard to beat. Mike definitely takes a good run after every loss, no question.
I love it. Yeah, I think every whether it's Pack-A-Day or Locked On or Cheesehead TV, I think everyone's got their own Eeyores in house, and we love it. We love everyone's point of view. It's amazing, Mike. We love you. All right, Matthew, are you guys surprised that Elton has not been cut yet? I'll let you go first.
Not really, because they don't need to yet. I think they will traditionally, and this is kind of how they operate in every aspect, right? As far as we talk a lot, or Andrew Brandt kind of coined this, as far as the Packers being a pay-as-you-go franchise. I mean, we're going way back to when Andrew used to work there. If they don't need to, they won't do it, and it's kind of how they operate in all facets. So once they need the space cap-wise, I think it'll get done. But yeah, right now I don't think they need to, so they're not going to. They
just got a 4th-round pick for Rashan Garry.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if someone makes a call, anything is possible. So
Justice and I were talking about this too. I don't know if Elton stays at center, or if he goes back to guard, but the center market is pretty brutal right now.
It's brutal. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, I guess I'm of two minds here, right? Because you expect Rasheed Walker's going to get paid, and he had a pretty bad year. Like, let's be charitable, right? I mean, Elton Jenkins' center tape is poor. Like, it's not good. But the market may do him a favor, and somebody may need a setter that desperately. Now, I got to think if someone were to either trade and or sign Elton, it's got to be to play guard. I can't believe someone's going to pay him to play center. Like, that would be a surprise to me. But I think stranger things have happened.
I think so too. But you've had 3 big retirements: Ryan Kelly in Minnesota, Drew Dolman in Chicago, Bradley Bozeman with the Chargers. Biotish is already off the market. Sean Ryan's now off the market. Linderbaum's going to go for $1.5 billion to one team, and it's going to leave. There's like 6 or 7 other teams that need starting centers, and it's like him and Cade Mays. Linderbaum and Cade Mays are like the only ones that are left. Again, the tape was ugly, but Rasheed's was too, and he's going to get a $20 million plus contract. So this is the desperation of offensive line.
Left tackle versus center
that's very true.
Different.
That's very, very true. Turley says, should Dallas be concerned about their cybersecurity with Garry proving himself to be a liability? Do players change passwords when joining new teams? You would think so, but I don't know.
Let's hope. We can only hope.
I've never been more excited for a goodbye now for Rashan Garry to see, because you have to like recreate the whole thing.
Does he even do one now? Does he even like try? Like, that's the thing. Like,
I just use this. Like, the funniest thing is to use the same one. Regardless of whether you hacked or not,
repost it. Right?
Just repost it is the funniest thing. Like, no matter what. From the hacker. Like, it's just work. Perfect. Or just post it and say #hacked. Like, it's just like no matter what you can.
God, that would be great.
It's the best way to do it.
Great.
It's the only good way to do it. Anything else looks stupid. It's the only good way to do it. I hope he does it.
#hacked. Put Jesus.
How serious do you guys think the talks with the Eagles about Jalen Carter are? I give my thoughts on this earlier, so I'll let you go on this one, Aaron.
I I love this time of year. I suspect someone on the Packers staff tasked with exploring all avenues and being in, quote, every conversation, called the Eagles and said, hey, we're interested. What are you guys thinking? And they said X, Y, Z. And they said, okay, thanks. And that was the extent of that. That's my suspicion. Now we'll see. Who knows? But it just feels like that's going to be too rich for the Packers' blood, and they'll move on. That's just guesswork on my part.
I think so too. I just think it's tough to I have to imagine there's a first round pick going to Philly in that situation. And are they going to want a 2028 first? Is Goody going to be willing to give up a 2028 right. first? Like,
we'll give you a 2032 first round pick.
How do you feel about a current 7th grader? Is that something that we can interest you in?
Exactly.
I don't know. We'll see. But again, crazier things have obviously happened, but I think the odds are probably very, very slim. We did have some other news come in. Isaiah Likely going to the New York Giants. So new tight end for New York.
Good player, man. Likely is a good, solid player. I don't know what the contract is, but man, that's a good addition for a young quarterback. Give him a security blanket at tight end. I like that addition for the Giants because, man, you need as many good pass catchers as you can when you're a young quarterback, especially a mobile one who's prone to scrambling. Give him a security blanket. I like that idea.
3 years, 40 for Isaiah Likely, which feels about right. Up to 47.5. We're in up to season. Up to 47.5. But 3 years, 40 feels right about right.
That's good.
That was one of the big ones. I thought there was another one that came in too, but that was kind of the main one right now. We've got Joseph Asai going to the Bengals. No, Jets. Sorry, Jets are signing him from the Bengals.
Yeah.
Yep. So 3 years, 36 for him. And then there was one other one. Oh, Neville Gallimore, 2 years, $12 million to the Bears. So the Bears are on the board with defensive tackle Neville Gallimore.
Gallimore. Can't say I'm very familiar with his game.
Hopefully that's.
But now that he's a Bear, I'm sure he sucks.
Yeah, very clearly. Golden rubbing his hands. Now he can lock up the number 2 wide receiver spot.
Man, let's hope so. His opportunities need to go up. We all know this. I think the Packers know this now. It's just frustrating that we had to sit through an entire rookie year of them just, hey, go run a bunch of clear out routes. Like, that's going to drive me nuts for the rest of my life. But yes, one would hope, at least as far as opportunities being in the mix, as far as play calls, play designs. You know, it's always tough when you talk number 1 wide receiver, number 2 wide receiver, etc. in Green Bay, because they like to maneuver guys around the formation so much. But he's certainly in line for an uptick in opportunity. No doubt about that.
Ravens signing John Simpson, 3 years, $30 million. So that's one there. Panthers re-signing special teamer Caleb Evans. Huge move there. Saints re-signed John Ridgeway. Panther. Yeah, that's all right. We went over that one. So that's your latest news and information regarding all the crazy talks. Mr. Munchies says Calais Campbell, David, I'm Anya Meta or Sheldon Rankins. Rankins re-signed today.
Yeah,
with the
Rankins
Texans, so
just went back to the Texans. I love him as a player, though.
Me too.
And I love Campbell. Man, I was banging the drum for a trade for Campbell last year.
Same.
I love that addition. Again, not usually how the Packers operate, but I would absolutely love it, dude. That would be, you talk about cooking with gas. You would be absolutely owning people up front if you had a Campbell. I mean, you talk about an ageless wonder. That guy, there is no fall off in his game. I would love that addition. Single-handedly
would make sure that you are not the youngest team in the NFL in 2026.
Well, between that and the Franklin addition, man, you'd certainly be off that mark.
At a four, like it was almost could have been like crazy in the fact that they would have had no like 30-year-old position players, but had a 40-year-old position player in Calais Campbell. Only 20-year-olds and 40-year-olds. We stay away from 30-year-olds.
That's all we are.
Zaire is going to change that obviously as well.
I love the Zaire addition immediately taking him out of the top 5 youngest teams in the league. Like literally that one addition did it. That's how fine the margins are, though. That's why this is always kind of a ridiculous conversation, but it was literally that one addition like took him out of the top 5.
Did you see our buddy Dari Carragher's tweet, by the way?
No.
He said what, 2023 or 2024 Jair 2026 Zaire 2028, and he's hoping Dyer because it's the exact same spelling. So he's one letter off. He's like, my time is coming. My time is coming. Love that. We got another one coming in from Tanner. Do we officially get a third for Malik? Also, I believe they're saying number 2 jersey number for Golden. He's opening up. He's going to go back to number 2. Interesting.
Or 22. Let's go to number 22. Come on.
Go back to 22. That will be interesting if Golden changes his number. I've not seen anything on that yet.
Again.
Yeah. I just feel bad for people. There is like a credit card that offers jersey insurance now, isn't there? That if a player changes,
there really? There should be.
There was at least that there was a credit card that had jersey insurance. Where
there should be. If there isn't, that's a market opportunity right there.
It very much is. But yeah, that would be a bummer there. I just want to go to the comp picks.
You're in the conversation for a third. Could be a third or a fourth, but it's dependent on obviously the parameters of the contract and the particulars, which obviously we don't have in front of us.
No, I'm just seeing the over the caps thing is not pulling up. Unfortunately, I'm sure there's a lot of people checking it right now. But I was going to see
Kingsley Enagbare to the Jets.
To the Jets, the Jets.
Kingsley Enagbare to the Jets.
I would not have had Enagbare coming off the board ahead of Quay, Rashid, or some of the others. But I guess Malik Willis was first, right? Now we've got Enagbare off the board. Interesting to the Jets. Jets adding a lot on defense. They traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick earlier today. Now getting just 1 year, $10 million for Kingsley. That's an interesting deal.
That's not the market I would have expected him to be swimming in, but an interesting addition.
Oh, Pittman got a 3-year, $59 million contract coming over from Indianapolis as well.
From the Eagles?
Yeah, Steelers.
He got traded to the Eagles. Oh, the Steelers, right. It's
over.
Here
you go. Pittman is now a Pittman. See, that's how you can remember.
He's here all week.
You're welcome. I'll be here for the next couple hours, probably at least. So that's what you can look forward to the rest of the time.
Amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about edge rusher though, because Gary's now gone. Enagbare is now gone.
Yep.
Micah, you probably are going to lose first 3-4 weeks. You don't want to put any sort of time frame on it, but probably going to miss a little bit of time.
I'll be shocked if he's not on PUP, which is 4 games.
4 games. So you've got LVN, Colin Oliver, Barron Sorrell. Brenton Cox is a restricted free agent, has not been tendered as of yet. Aaron Mosby's in the same boat. You've kind of got Sorrell, Oliver, LVN, and an injured Micah Parsons right now. This now becomes a little bit more of like you kind of need something.
Work to do, no doubt about it. Shameless plug here, actually.
Go for it.
Newt did a great job in his latest mock draft. We do a mock draft Monday at Cheesehead TV each and every week leading up to the draft. He legitimately somewhat predicted the loss of Rashan Garry, let's say. In his latest mock that went up today on the channel, essentially tries to rebuild the defensive front, both tackle and edge. So I do think there's going to be obviously a focal point in the draft this spring. There's little doubt that they are going to have to be active in both free agency and the draft. But losing Garry, Enagbare, and Wooden in one fell swoop in the course of a couple days puts the spotlight on it, no doubt.
The front seven in totality, quite a makeover in a couple of years because, you obviously have LVN coming back, you have Wyatt coming back, but he's on the last year of his deal. Micah comes over less than a year ago at defensive end. Sorrell and Oliver are new draft picks. You have Warren Brinson at defensive tackle, and they're going to have to pretty much remake everything else along that defensive line at the moment. And then Zaire Franklin is new. And you obviously still have Cooper, but he was a draft pick a couple years ago. And then you have McDuffie, Hopper, etc. But there's going to be a pretty significant, at least it seems right now, there's going to be some significant change in the front seven.
I'm interested to see. Obviously, like I said, they're going to address this. There's a little doubt. But, man, you really liked what you saw from Sorrell his rookie season. Like, his limited opportunities were very promising. And I do wonder how much more opportunity he gets in year 2 and how prominent his role will be, especially that first month. You always talk about the biggest jump guys usually take, like just production, like athletically, etc., in the league is from year 1 to year 2. Sorrell has the opportunity, at least for the moment, to really hit the ground running in September, as he's undoubtedly going to be at least in the rotation to a pretty high degree. If he can kind of pick up where he left off, because man, his tape is very promising. That could be a guy that they lean on pretty heavily early in the year.
I think so too, and I'm kind of excited to see him get those reps. And we hear Goody and Matt talk all the time of like, hey, these young guys have to play. If they're going to get better, they need to play. It would certainly seem
the way you can get better. They got to be on the field.
It would certainly seem like early in the year at minimum, well, Micah's recovering, that Sorrell is going to have a major opportunity early in the year to kind of not just prove himself, but just get more reps and hopefully do a little Mike McCarthy stacking of success from week to week, which would be nice as well.
Always love it. Love it.
Jalen Watson to the Rams. We did talk about that one. $34 million guaranteed. They remake their secondary in a pretty significant way. What else is on your mind, Aaron Nagler?
Not a whole hell of a lot outside of the fact that the Packers are very clearly kind of charting new territory as far as their defense goes. Between you just talked about as far as a makeover of the front seven in particular, but such a new scheme with a lot of new coaches, a lot of guys on that side of the ball on the coaching staff who are former coordinators. You got to think this is going to be a very different look. I can't imagine that, whatever it ends up looking like with Gannon as the defensive coordinator, it's play style, play design, the use of personnel. It's going to look very different than it's looked under the last couple of coordinators, is my guess.
I think so too. Can we get a press conference with Jonathan Gannon, please? Can we ask that man some questions?
I have teased Jason Wallers relentlessly about this. Like, it's never going to happen until they announce their full staff, which has yet to occur, which is, again, hilarious. I know you pointed this out earlier this offseason. We didn't get the full staff announcement last season until April.
Early April.
So don't hold your breath is what I'm trying to say here.
If we get it before the draft, that's what we're.
It's a miracle. The joke I made to Jason was like, because the day they hired the new offensive coordinator in Seattle, they had a press conference, like I think the day after, with him and McDonald, etc. And I said, the Seahawks have won the Super Bowl, lost a coordinator to a head coaching position, hired a new coordinator, and made him available to the press before the Packers have made Jonathan Gannon available to the press. That's what the Seahawks. That's the timeline for the Seahawks.
Yeah, but they're a championship team. You can't hold it to the same standard as a championship.
That's a fair point.
We got Demario Davis to the Jets. They're remaking that defense with some veterans in a pretty significant way.
It's Glenn's side of the ball, and that side of the ball was terrible last year.
They did not have an interception. The tweet this morning, it was Minkah Fitzpatrick only had one interception last year, and that would have led the Jets.
Shout out Matt Miller. That was awesome.
Fantastic tweet from him. And we got Mitch Trubisky going to the Titans to be their backup quarterback as well. But the biggest acquisition is Jacob Westendorf. Jacob Westendorf joining the show. How you doing, bud?
It's good to be here, guys. Aaron, I think this is the first time you and I have ever been on a stream at the same time. So
I believe that is the case. I don't know if this can stand, man. I don't know.
I'll get rid of him. Just make sure that we can.
Let's say my 3-year-old just popped in at the same time, so that was nice too.
Well, hi, Aaron, 3-year-old.
Yeah. Join him in. The better takes than any of the three of us will probably have.
Green Bay's lost 2 pass rushers today, so he's getting ready for 2026 defensive end work over here. So
there you go. There you go. I mean, all comers need competition in every room.
Every room.
What are your thoughts on everything so far, Jacob? Fill us in on what you're thinking from all things Rashan Garry, Enigbare, Malik Willis. What's on your mind?
So Enigbare, not surprising, I don't think, and not something that I was overly worked up about. I think that's a guy who kind of fits in the mold of good player. You draft him, you have him for however many years you keep him for, and then you just let him walk and collect whatever compensatory pick comes off of that. He's somebody you can do better than. You don't prioritize a player like him necessarily in free agency. Gary, that's the shocker of the day. Not that Green Bay moved on, but I joked with Bill earlier that maybe the Packers should be building a statue of Jerry Jones outside of Lambeau Field, because I cannot believe that is the case, that they were able to get. When I read 3rd round pick, I was like, "There's no way that's right."
Right.
And then it was day 3 pick. I was like, okay, a 2027.
That makes a little more sense.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, it's going to be a 2027, like 6. And it's just
7th.
Like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it was a 4th. And I'm just like, what? Like, it is funny watching. It's always funny to me every year at this time where player leaves somewhere and the place he leaves, everybody's like, oh, he stinks. He's awful. That's awesome. I'm so happy that my team got rid of him and everything. And then watching what other people around from other fan bases think about this player. And it's not just Dallas fans. I've seen Raider fans, Eagle fans, whoever, just being, oh, that's a productive player. That's a good price for the Cowboys. It's like you had as many impact plays in the second half of last season as Rashan Garry had. Andy, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago when I was with you. The biggest disappointing thing for Rashan Garry, and maybe I'm a little old school when I think about some of this stuff, but that C on your chest is supposed to mean something. And especially when you wear that C on your chest for the Green Bay Packers. And I remember asking him after the Lions game this year about like, hey, this is the first time you've ever been a captain. You weren't one in high school. He told me he wasn't one in high school. Was never a captain at Michigan. They only did that for seniors. That's probably changed recently, but and hadn't been one in the pros. So I was like, how's that feel? And like the look on his face, you could tell like that meant something to him. And then for the next 3 months, it sure felt like it didn't mean all that much to him. So, I'm
it's funny you bring that up. Andy and I talked about this. I think when I was down at the combine, we were kind of trying to read the tea leaves about potential moves and whatever. And I got to say, like, that was the thing as far as just the effort or lack thereof that was so noticeable on some of these plays, which is something you've never, ever seen from Rashan prior to this season. Like, he has always been a high motor guy, always been a snap to whistle type. And to see that repeatedly at the end of this year, I said to Andy, it's real hard if you're the Packers to make the case for, we got to keep this around. Like, if this is the reaction to everything that happened as far as bringing in Micah and then losing Micah, and we need you, and this is what you're putting on tape, that's a hard thing to reconcile if you're the Packers.
And he boldly spoke into the microphone after they lost Micah and basically said, like, watch how the front plays.
Yeah.
And it's just like empty
Not
words that don't mean a whole heck of a lot. And then like they always say, like, control what you can control, right? Well, the one thing you can't control
is your effort.
Yes. And like you said, coming out of college, like Don Brown, Jim Harbaugh, all those guys, they said he played like he had his hair on fire. That was true his first couple years in Green Bay, even as, he wasn't as productive. It's disappointing because he's a former top 15 pick. This is a guy who, when you draft him, the story should be he's a fan favorite for a very long time. He's crying on draft night, so happy to be here, all that kind of stuff. And then
famously slagged off by Andy Herman on the live Cheesehead TV draft.
I feel more vindicated for that over the course.
I've been waiting this whole time, Andy.
It's been a roller coaster of Rashan Garry over his career.
So good.
And it really has been a roller coaster just of like, you're not sure what he's going to be when he comes in. And then he kind of has like two redshirt seasons, and it's mostly due to Z and Preston just not coming off the field.
Right.
And then he kind of immediately breaks out after that. He has the 80 pressure season. He's looking great pre-ACL injury, tears his ACL, comes back from ACL like the first month and a half was really good. Jacob's got some police action going on.
It is Rockford, Illinois, my friend.
They are hot for him for his takes. Those takes are so hot they're illegal.
But you get like the first month of Rashan post ACL is like, oh my God,
it's amazing. It's amazing, right?
And then it feels like he hits a wall, which you're like, that's understandable. He rehabbed all off season. Like he probably just didn't have any left. And then he comes back the next couple of years and does basically nothing compared to what you would have expected from him. And then you get Micah and you're expecting this is perfect. He's going to be that ideal number 2, and it just doesn't work out. And it's just, again, a roller coaster.
But even then he was for the first, 5-6 games.
5 games, yeah.
Really productive.
Yep.
And then it just all goes up in a puff of smoke. Real quick, Andy, I know someone asked about it earlier. Spoon has put out there regarding Malik's deal. Probably merits a 4th round pick as it is, but it's close to a 3rd. Okay. So it feels like it's kind of riding that line. So we'll see.
And it is with like Alec Pierce not signing somewhere, it is a weaker free agent class. So it could potentially put that up to a 3rd too, but it's going to be close one way or the other.
Yeah, some of it will depend on how he plays too.
True.
Like that's part of the comp pick form.
And how much he plays and everything like that. So yeah. Hopefully a 3rd. We would like a 3rd. Please be a 3rd. We would
like a 3rd, please. That would be great. All right, Andy, I'm going to have to hop because I got to start typing up some of this stuff.
Tell us about Cheesehead TV before you go.
Go to Cheesehead TV if you want to talk about the Packers. We're always on 365. That's what we do.
Appreciate you, Tom. Thanks so much for stopping by, my friend.
Later, boys.
Yep, you bet. Go follow him at Aaron Nagler and, of course, cheeseheadtv.com as well. All right, Jacob, what else we thinking? What else is on your mind, my friend?
Yeah, as you were talking through some of the Garry stuff, the other thing I thought of was if they don't have the worst special teams performance ever, or if their offense does anything against the 49ers, we're talking about a bit of a Rashan Garry legacy kind of game. He was a big part of that 4th down stop right before, I believe, the blocked punt. I think that was the defensive series right before the blocked punt. Had a sack that night, maybe 2 if memory serves. It just was the best player on the field, really, from start to finish on that particular night. So that was a bit of a bummer that was wasted. But otherwise, I mean, you guys are right. For the last year and a half, 2 years, it almost feels like we've kind of been talking to try and justify Gary being a really good player. And he hasn't really been. I mean, I remember his first game back against New Orleans where it was a huge deal that he was back as quickly as he was. And then he was dominant against the Saints. That was his first game back at Lambeau, excuse me. But he was dominant against the Saints. He had 3 sacks. The Packers, they only put another player at the podium if they have like a huge day, right? Otherwise, it's coach and quarterback. And Gary got the podium treatment after the game. So that was kind of like, okay, he's back. This is going to be like the defensive star that they lean on as they get into this Jordan Love era and everything like that. And then, that season just kind of tailed off by the end of the year. Last year, that was a big, and I think that Gutekunst kind of had him and Van Ness circled as guys he was kind of talking to when they were talking about controlling games with their pass rush. And then, coming into the season, I still kind of shudder to think, what was this defense going to look like all season long if Micah Parsons was never acquired? Obviously, it would probably be a little bit better than the last, 4 or 5 games that he didn't play. But not as you would think and hope, right? And that's, I heard your episode of, all the dominoes of everything that happened like that without Parsons being acquired. But it's hard to imagine a player over the last 2 seasons, especially, that has been more disappointing than Gary, just relative to what he is supposed to be, especially when he signs that contract extension. Like, okay, that's like, this is Zadarius Smith. I don't want to put him in the same sentence as Reggie White, but just that's the player that we are expecting you to be on the field for this. You're supposed to be the best player on the defense. And over the, how long has he been here? 7 years. I don't know that Gary ever was the best player on the defense for any extended period of time. And that's something where Gary is kind of, I hate using terms like this, but kind of the poster child of the players that Gutekunst has drafted. They're good players. They're solid players. If you peek under the hood a little bit, you can kind of butter knife and finagle with those numbers if you want to and say, you know what, he's a 60 pressure guy. That's great. He had 0 sacks for, 10 weeks. He's got a lot of really good good to really good players, not enough great ones. And hopefully, now that focus kind of shifts to Van Ness as the other guy who's a top 15 pick that you've used on a pass rusher. And Gary kind of in the same token of there were other guys drafted around him that have certainly had better careers than what Gary has had. And the same is true. That was a big story during the Super Bowl for Van Ness. But those are guys that now, this is kind of the end of an era. And it's a complicated one when it comes to Rashan Garry specifically.
Very much so. It was time. It's probably a good thing that he's in a different area. He probably needs a change of scenery as well. So I think this is going to be probably good for both sides. We'll see if it works out for Dallas or not. But getting a 4th round pick certainly feels huge for Green Bay. And it's good to draft good players, but every once in a while you need to hit on some home runs. And it's just been a bit, especially in the first round for Goody, since he's had sort of that home run kind of draft pick. So they're not going to have a 1st round pick this year, next year. Not something that we need to discuss because they're not going to have it. But once 2028 comes around, assuming Goody's still there, he's due for a big 1st round pick. That's for sure. A couple other things that came in. Buccaneers signed Kenneth Gainwell, former Pittsburgh Steeler, 2 years, $14 million. So new running back there. We had a punter taken off the board. Of course, if you're a team that's going to sign a punter to a massive deal, you probably want to be a team that's punting the ball a lot. The New York Giants signed former Ravens punter Jordan Stout to a 3-year, $12.3 million deal that makes him the highest paid punter in the NFL for multiple sources. So John Harbaugh gets his own punter back, and the Giants are on the board with a huge free agent signing that is a punter. Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone, he is signing with the Buccaneers, 2 years, $17 million. So he is out of the division, which is kind of nice. Don't hate to see that at all. I think those were the big ones that happened recently. Another punter deal. Former punter Vikings punter Ryan Wright signing 4-year, $14 million. That includes $8 million guaranteed with the Saints. So we got big punter action today. And then Patriots have signed fullback Reggie Gilliam to a 3-year, $12 million deal, $6 million fully guaranteed. He was one that I kind of just played with of like maybe would be a fun signing for Green Bay, but that obviously did not happen. Yeah, that's the latest and greatest from around the league. Any thoughts on those, Jacob?
Fullbacks and punters, man.
That's what day one of free agency is all about. Fullbacks and punters.
Yes, I do. I mean, I guess I could joke, what could the Packers get on the open market for Daniel Whelan as we speak? But that's not a trade you probably wouldn't. That's not something they would do anyways. But now the fullback thing is interesting. I've seen that kind of kicked around as an idea. I don't think Gutekunst said anything at the combine or anything like that that suggested they could be in the market for that. But you assume the interior of the offensive line next year is going to be Banks, Ryan, and Belton, barring, health, of course.
Yep.
Which means power run game again, or at least it should mean that. That's more power run than it is, inside, outside zone kind of stuff. So maybe that's something where a fullback could be a worthwhile addition. If they are going to do that, though, I do think with their limited resources, there's a couple guys in this draft class. You could use one of your, day three. I think they have 4, 5, 6, and 3 7s. They have a boatload of picks on day 3. That's something they could certainly kick around on day 3 if they wanted to do that. But if you're going to be a power run team, if that's your thought, then you kind of have to lean into that, in my opinion, and maybe a specialist blocking type or a guy who's more used to being a lead blocker would be a better use of that roster spot or that part of your offense than, Josh Wiley or some of the guys that they've kind of tossed around back there. Because the run game, I mean, to me, that's part of, I think it was Tauscher said it this morning, a big reason why Green Bay has not been able to put games away, especially last year and really in the playoff game, I think, was the inability to run the football. It wasn't that they didn't run too much last year, in the playoff game. This was not a case of Matt LaFleur taking his foot off the gas and trying to be too conservative. He could not be as conservative as he wanted to be. They couldn't run the clock because they couldn't run the ball. So that's something that they have to improve that next year. Even if you are on the team of let Jordan cook, let Jordan throw it 40, 50 times a game, you still have to be able to control games with your run game, especially with a lead and especially later in games. And Green Bay's run game, for as much as they invested in it last year, was not good enough. So that was, they weren't in on, well, we don't know if they weren't in on, but, no Ingold, no Gilliam, no fullback, nothing like that. But they are bringing back their offensive line that you guys were talking about on the episode this morning, basically saying you've got the players, to which then my rebuttal to if that is what the front office is saying to the coaching staff is why are there, to our knowledge, no coaching changes on the offensive line side of things. But, that's a separate question for a different day. But there is no question that that group specifically is, we could talk about corners, we could talk about defensive linemen, all these positions that Green Bay certainly needs. If their offensive line is the same exact level next year as it was this past year, then they're dead on arrival. They're not going to be good enough to win a championship. No matter, they could get, Sauce Gardner and, Aaron Donald to come out of retirement. Like it's not going to matter.
Yeah. The offensive line needs to perform better. There's no two ways around it. I am still shocked that, at least as of now, Luke Butkus is still offensive line coach as far as we know. There's not been any reports of anything different. I do have some hope and, reasons for optimism with just even Zach Tom, hopefully coming back healthy. If he can be back healthy this year, I think that helps a ton. Sean Ryan, full year at center, Belton, a full year at right guard, Jordan Morgan, a full year at left tackle. And then I do think Banks, when healthy, was better as well. So hopefully he can stay healthy, but yeah, they're going to have to play better. The other thing, just kind of talking about that fullback position too, they need a blocking tight end. Like they need another piece there. It's not on the top of the list with defensive line and corner and some of the other ones, but Kraft is going to come back from injury. He's a really great tight end. And then after that, you're just a little bit in no man's land right now. Musgrave is a decent receiving tight end, but he gives you nothing as a blocker. And then you don't really have anything after that. So that number 3 tight end and blocking tight end position, to me, are something that they could really use an upgrade on.
Big dog. No, not him. But I mean, if we're doing, what were you saying earlier? Yeah. What were you saying? 20s and 40s only.
Yes.
So if they wanted to do that, I guess, but no, you're right. And the hard part is because some of the solution last year to not being able to block at tight end was putting a 6th offensive lineman on the field. But then you are kind of playing, with a hand tied behind your back, because the one time they threw the ball to Darian Kennard as a tight end was hilarious and almost a disaster. So you can't really do too much of that stuff because it becomes an obvious tell. It's kind of like, I think it was Pete Doherty wrote the article about Chris Brooks being a limited player and a tell, like on the offensive side of the ball. You're telling the world that you're throwing the football because they didn't really hand the ball to Chris Brooks all that much. He's out there to block. So getting that blocking tight end is something where now you take Musgrave off the field, which is fine because you have more than enough receiving talent on the other side of things with whoever it is you keep in when the team goes with 12 personnel, or if they're even in 13, if that's something they choose to jump in on next season. But No, you're right. There are some, I do think that some of free agency this year could be some of those like ancillary pieces. I mentioned, we were just talking about a fullback. It could be a blocking tight end. It could be, God forbid, Andy, a punt returner, maybe somebody who can return punts.
No, they would never.
How many consecutive weeks did we make jokes about? They have 2 kickers. They have 1 open roster spot, but Romeo Doubs is returning punts.
Yeah, they need one. Sky Moore is one that's interesting to me as a punt returner, who I think would fit really well as like a number 5, number 6 wide receiver and give them some real kick and punt return ability. And he kind of hits their threshold. It's he's like what, 5'11", but he's big enough. He would be somebody that I think would make a really, really smart 5th or 6th wide receiver in Green Bay to do the kick returning and punt returning. He was pretty darn good in San Fran doing that a year ago. We got some updates. Bears are on the board with a pretty big free agent addition. Kobe Bryant, not the NBA player, of course, but the corner, is signing 3 years, $40 million, former Seattle Seahawk. So they're on the board with a corner in Chicago, defensive back. I think he played safety.
So that's probably the end of Kevin Byard.
Yeah, or the Brisker, too, is a free agent. So, yeah, new safety for Chicago. They desperately needed safety. They get it in Kobe Bryant. There were a couple other ones as well. Well, Dare Carragher posted this, and we were kind of talking about it with Nagler, but he posted a picture from 14 months ago, and your defensive front, Rashan Garry, Kenny Clark, Colby Wooden, and Kingsley Enagbare, all gone. And then he didn't post it, but also pictured in it, Quay Walker at linebacker. Like 5 of their 6 from that, kind of defensive front. Edgerrin Cooper was the other one in the picture. He'll obviously be back, but yeah, they're gone. Completely have remade this defense. It's now going to be some form of Micah, Wyatt, LVN, another defensive tackle, TBD. I guess it could be Carl Brooks. We'll see. Although I expect something different. I expect them to be a little bit more 3-4 oriented. Zaire Franklin and still Edgerrin Cooper, but it's going to look a whole lot different. Before you get to that, Daniel Bellinger goes to the Titans, reuniting with Brian Dable from the Giants. Amik Robertson, the former Detroit Lions corner, is going to the Commanders, 2 years, $16 million there. Former Packers legend Robert Rochelle headed back to Carolina on a 1-year deal. So he heads there. And I think that is about it. I think those were the updates. We talked about Anzalone. But yeah, those are your updates. And then again, we talked a little bit about the Packers defensive line as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting just thought about that front. And Quay Walker is another example of a missed opportunity, right? Because the year that they drafted Gary, they had Gary and Savage. Gary got a second contract, and I mean, still was a good player, if not a great one during his time in Green Bay. Savage didn't get one. Yep. And now Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt, 1 year from now, you could be talking about both of those guys being gone. It's very hard, and it doesn't happen often for obvious reasons, to have 2 first-round picks in a given draft. And Gutekunst has done it twice, and you can argue, at least as of now, he's only kind of hit on one of them, and that would be Gary. If Wyatt's able to stay healthy and have a big season next year, then that changes the discussion, but that hasn't happened. And until then, that's something where a couple years from now, if Gutekunst is not the general manager any longer, and I'm not saying that's close to happening or anything like that, but that'll be part of the conversation that's on his tombstone, is you had a lot of resources and they turned into, Quay Walker was a linebacker you drafted in the first round. And I mean, I don't want to say how much did you try to re-sign him, but you're kind of letting him walk in free agency without too much resistance. You traded a player for player swap, which is incredibly rare, to replace him before free agency started. Maybe that's because he's going to make $20 million and you're just like, we're never going to do that. But at the same time, if he's a good player or a really good player, then you're happy to pay your former first round pick $20 million, especially in Green Bay, where they're kind of, what was the Ted Thompsonism, the hoarding of all the eggs or whatever, or something like that, where they do stuff like that in Green Bay. So that is something that's interesting to me, is how quickly that has changed, not just because of the time of everything, but just how much or how little quality, I guess you could say, has come out of some of those players, especially in the last couple of years. I mean, there's some hope, but as they say, hope is not a strategy. And unfortunately, that's kind of what the Packers defensive front outside of Parsons is kind of based around right now. It
very much is. And while you were talking, just a big update for the Lions. They're on the board. They got the last, well, not Linderbaum. Linderbaum's still out there, but the last other center on the market, the big starting one. Cade Mays goes to the Lions, 3 years, $25 million, $14 million guaranteed. Interesting conversation starter here, of course, is that about a little over $8 million per year for Cade Mays for the Lions. Of course, Sean Ryan just got about $11 million per year for Green Bay. I'm fine with that. That doesn't change really my calculus on it too much. Obviously, Ryan is somebody who's homegrown, drafted and developed, has some versatility along the offensive line. But interesting nonetheless that Cade Mays to Detroit for a little bit less, about $3 million less per year than what Green Bay gave Sean Ryan.
Yeah, I talked about this yesterday after the Ryan deal came down. The versatility thing is interesting because I always laugh in, like baseball terms where they say the guy's versatile. It's like, well, what's the difference? What are you saying when he's versatile? Does he play the position well, or can he stand there with his glove on kind of thing? That is different. Those are two different things, right? And with Ryan, is he a good guard? The Packers, I think, clearly do not think so. Anytime that he has had a chance to be a starter, they've tried to take his job away from him. I cannot imagine they're going to be rotating him at center in the next couple of years, going series by series like they did with Jordan Morgan this past year, John Runyon in the past, where Ryan was kind of the backup and rotating. I don't think he ever ended up rotating with Anthony Belton. I think that was just Morgan who rotated with Belton before Belton took over. But, I think that, the Banks thing is a moot point now because, right, he's going to be back for multiple years. But I don't think Sean Ryan playing guard is something that'll be like hey, are we playing LaTroy Guion at guard, or can we put Sean Ryan there kind of thing? Like that'll be, break glass in case of emergency. It is interesting to think, how much better of a player is Mays, is saving the $3 million annually or something like that big of a deal? Probably not. And with the Packers' ability to kind of get out of this deal after a year, maybe two, I don't think that's that big of a deal. And I do think that they'll still be the draft version, whoever that is, of Lucas Patrick, Evan Dietrich Smith, that interior swing player that the Packers haven't really had, especially last year. Sean Ryan was their backup center. Jacob Monk is probably a center only at this stage of his career. And that seems to be the case since he was drafted. So it is interesting to just kind of watch like how they'll rebuild some of the depth on their offensive line. Cause right now Kennard nothing has happened with him as of yet that I've seen. Nope. So I think, as far as we know, he's still a restricted free agent or not currently on Green Bay's roster. So you have your top five, but after that, I mean, if somebody gets injured, Donovan Jennings,
Travis Glover. Glover. I think they like him a decent amount. So Glover would be the one I keep an eye on.
I actually have. So there's a story I'm waiting for Elton Jenkins to be his situation to resolve itself. And once that happens, Glover was the guy I mentioned because I do remember Matt LaFleur saying it was a tough deal because he was a, quote, ascending player. And that was something that maybe some of the questions we have about the offensive line now would be answered if Glover had been pressed into duty instead of somebody else. I don't know that. Obviously, we've seen him play in a playoff game against Philadelphia, and that's about it. And that did not go well. So we'll see what that's like. And it was a shoulder injury for him, right? So it'll be interesting to see what it looks like when he's able to return. But, the depth on the off, this is a position where, every year we talk about all these picks and everybody's like, you got to add this, and this. Well, you run out of picks pretty quickly. And, day three, they could stand to take 2 or 3 more offensive linemen if they wanted to, and add some of that competition to the back end of the room. Cause like you said, if somebody gets hurt outside of that top 5, I don't feel good about any of those players having to step in because not a lot of them have played a whole lot of football, except for if they bring Kennard back, which based on what I just said, I almost feel like that should be kind of a no-brainer, but we'll see what they think on that.
We certainly will. And it is time to welcome in the one and only Perry Goldstein. Perry, how are you doing, my friend?
Hi, guys.
How's it going?
It's just like my favorite day of the off season, to be honest. It's so fun.
It is a ton of fun. How are you feeling about things so far?
Crazy. What's going on? So wild. Who's going to play on the Packers defensive front this season besides Micah Parsons? I don't know.
Perry Goldstein.
Not me. No, I'd probably actually not.
She's a corner. She's a corner.
Like not hyperbolically would literally get murdered. I'm so happy for Malik Willis. I don't know. Andy, I've been listening like in and out as I've been working today. And so I don't know how much I'm sure you've talked about Malik Willis, but so pumped for him. I mean, who could have predicted that he would follow Jeff Hafley and John Eric Sullivan? Makes perfect sense. But so pumped for him. But I guess now the Packers need a backup QB.
It's another one that we haven't talked about too much, that they do have that need for that for sure.
I mean, they signed. Oh fuck, what's his name?
Ritter.
They have a couple
Ritter,
quarterbacks.
right? Yeah, but like, I don't know. You're most definitely going downhill in that category by losing.
He's
Malik.
one of the all-time great backup quarterbacks of all time. There's very few that can outperform what Malik Willis did as a backup quarterback in his time in Green Bay. He was near flawless in anything that he was asked to do in his time, and won games for them pretty much every time he was asked to be on the field. So it's, you know,
I mean, he played so well. He just got himself a starting job, like $45 million guaranteed. Like you're not going to find a backup that good. Not that you hope that he whatever backup plays, but they did need him the last couple of seasons. So
they did
need him.
Just talk about what an unbelievable deal for Brian Gutekunst. You spend a late 7th round throwaway pick basically to get 2 years of Malik Willis, in which, again, when he plays, he's damn near flawless. And at worst, it's going to turn in to a 2027 4th round pick, and it could turn into a 2027 3rd round pick. So to like what an unbelievable deal that turned out to be for Goody. That's good business if you can manage it.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've been kind of ragging on him a little bit for the Rashan Garry pick, which, like, fair. You know, you want to be using your first rounders for, you know,
premium.
Premium picks, but there are some moves, as we just discussed, that Goot does where you're just like, wow, man, you're playing chess, not checkers. That was brilliantly done.
And Malik Willis too, man, because like think about, you just mentioned the compensation and all that stuff. So if he gets released, if Green Bay doesn't make that trade, he gets released, Andy, right? Perry, he's signed to the practice squad, right? So if he gets released, he's probably not signing to an active roster. If he signs to someone's practice squad, he's not playing, what was it, like 17 days later after that deal against the Indianapolis Colts and resurrecting. Like, he was, the margin for error of everything in this league is so slim. He was that close to being out of football or, you know, toiling on a practice squad. And now he's making $70 million and a team's preferred. We were talking about like playtime escalators and stuff like that. Like, there isn't somebody, if he had signed in Minnesota, ideally Minnesota wants JJ McCarthy to win that job, right? He's their first round pick, all that good stuff, right? Or if he signs in Las Vegas, the Raiders want Mendoza to win that job. Like, you're just a placeholder. Now he has a chance to win that job outright and be their starting quarterback for the long term. And I can tell you, there is not, maybe other than Micah Parsons, and I feel like that was Dallas Cowboy fan copium more than anything, but a player whose reputation did not meet what we saw at the podium, in the locker room, on the field, just everything all put together, because he was seen as, what was the Taylor Lewan, not a smart guy or something like that. I can't remember exactly what he said, so I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's what was said, right? He starts and wins 17 days after he's traded for, wins again a week later, becomes a key piece to this team through that, and to the point where, like, Matt LaFleur says by the end of the year, not an easy offense to learn, by the way, says by the end of this season, they can run their whole offense with Willis in the game, just as if Jordan Love was in the game. There is no greater compliment you could pay a backup quarterback than by saying that.
Yeah, crazy. My other thoughts, Andy, are it took less than an hour for my dream free agent player to get signed by a different team, which is just like classic first day of free agency.
Yeah, Rams completely making over that corner room is crazy. That is significant resources into corner to get McDuffie and Watson in the same offseason. That's one of the more crazy, just sort of positional upgrades that we have seen probably since Green Bay did Zadarius Preston and Rashan Garry in the same offseason at defensive end. That's an insane amount of resources. That is two massive contracts and a first and a third round pick into two corners to remake that room. They clearly were not satisfied with it, and they went and addressed it in a major way.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always remains to be seen if it works out, right? When you put that much capital in, that is high risk, and it better be high reward when you're putting that much stock in. So we all think it's going to be amazing, and we all love to talk today like, oh, you know, these players taken off the board, but we will see. But still a lot of cornerback names still available today.
Reek Woolen is the big one for sure. Jamel Dean still out there. So yeah, there's still certainly names on that board. Nick Folk off the board. He is, former, Jets kicker, is going to Atlanta. So Atlanta's got a new kicker, 41-year-old Nick Folk. Kickers are hard to find, as we in Green Bay know very, 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 very well in the post Mason Crosby era. I wanted to get to some super chats as well. I've had a couple out here that I've needed to get to. Thank you guys so much for that. Coach Max says, do you think the Dallas Cowboys could be interested in Keyshawn Nixon? That'd be nice. First round pick, Jerry. It's going to take a first rounder to get Keyshawn off our hands. So just be ready and willing to pay if you come asking for Keyshawn Nixon. Austin, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you a ton, my friend. Bill said, can't wait until free agency dies down so we can get back to analyzing special teams. Just kidding. Hope we extend Watson and Kraft before they get pushed to $30 million a year. That's sort of one of the side stories for Watson, with Alec Pierce getting the massive contract today. Watson's contract is going to be through the roof. And of course, we know Tucker Kraft is going to be probably top of the tight end market, or at least damn near it. I think we'll see what happens today, but probably the Trey McBride contract is probably what you're looking at for Tucker Kraft, if I would have to say it, even coming off a torn ACL.
Yeah. I mean, Alec Pierce kind of blew that. I mean, did we think that this was going to be any different even before today? I don't know that today really changed how much either of these players were going to get paid.
No, but Pierce, Pierce was expected to get a stupid bag, and the stupid bag, I think, was even a little bit bigger than the stupid bag that we were even expecting. So, I mean, he just got massively, massively paid. So it does affect it in some way. Not a ton, but it definitely could move the needle even a little bit further in the leverage, sector to Christian Watson.
Certainly. And that's why his agent
leverage.
Certainly do. That's like when we were talking about, hey, can you get this deal done before Pierce's deal? Like, Christian's agent's a smart guy too, right? So he's probably like, no, like, why would I bother with anything like that for right now? Something I know that's been talked about a little bit with Kraft. So I'm curious with your guys' opinion. I personally don't have any concerns about him coming back from an injury. His play style is more, run through you than run around you. But him coming off of an ACL, any concern about return to form there? Green Bay, that's kind of a, not a pressure point, I guess. I mean, one David Bakhtiari injury changes that discussion forever, right? But any concern with anything like that with him?
No, but we talked about this yesterday with Perry Justice and I, of just, you've got four massive players in Wyatt, Parsons, Kraft, and who am I missing? Wyatt, Parsons, Kraft, and Zach Tom.
Yeah, Zach Tom.
Who are coming off of massive injuries. And if just one of those goes wrong, even a little, where you have like a 5 or 6 week setback, that's like a huge deal. Or if even one of those is at 75% of their former selves rather than 100% of their former selves, that's a huge deal. Or if all four are at 90% of their former selves, that's still a significant, that's a drop off from four of your best players on the team. So there's like a very thin line that Green Bay has to walk with four of their best players coming off of significant injuries, that they need those guys back as soon as possible, playing their best brand of football, because 2026 is a huge year for the Packers, and they desperately, desperately need all four of those guys playing at peak levels for as long as possible. If they don't even get one of it, or if, again, any of those scenarios we just talked about happen, it's a huge, huge loss for Green Bay.
Yeah, I think, David Bakhtiari you bring up, but also Christian Watson is also the counterpoint to this, right? Where you were worried about him coming back and then he exploded. So there's always the opposite, where they get the rehab time and they come back and they look like themselves or even better. So it just remains to be seen, and we'll know sooner rather than later in camp. But last time Tucker spoke to the media, didn't he say he was like ahead of schedule and feeling really good and everything? So sounds like everything's fine there.
Everyone's ahead of schedule and in the best shape of their lives. We'll get there soon enough. So 10
pounds of muscle. And,
just ripped. Everyone's ready for their best season ever. Can't wait. But no, I mean, that's been the case, the talk about him. I don't think there was ever really any, at least major concern that Wyatt wasn't going to be ready to go for the season. When I asked Goody, he said that Zach Tom's going to be ready to go for the season. So it seems like things are all trending in the right direction, but again, all it takes is one stupid tweak somehow, some way, and all of a sudden things change quite a bit for Green Bay.
The positive with Tucker, if you want a positive,
I want all the positives,
is it happened early enough in the season that you were never too concerned about this coming season being in jeopardy. At least that was my thought. I'm like, we'll get him back for 2026 for sure.
3 years, $81 million for Tyler Linderbaum to the Raiders. Get Tyler Linderbaum.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk about that just to give Mendoza
I suppose I missed that, but wow. Okay.
Did you guys talk about Cade Mays going to the Lions?
Yes.
Of top. Okay. We talked about this yesterday, Andy. All these top centers, they're gone now. They are gone.
By the way, 3 years
somebody
81.
can treat Elton Jenkins.
Yeah, 3 years 81. By the way, is $27 million per year. What was Creed Humphrey, like 21, 20, or it was even in that range?
I think he was 4 for 84. Is that Humphrey?
Okay? So yeah, 21-ish. Yeah,
I'm guessing. Don't quote me on that. But
massive reset of the market for center. 3 years.
As a former center, good. We matter too. Like not nearly as good as any of these dudes, but yeah, we matter too. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a massive signing for the Raiders, and again, it's probably something that their new rookie quarterback Mendoza is going to appreciate quite a bit. They need all the help on that line as they could possibly get. Sorry, before we were talking about that, what were we talking about again? I lost my train of thought.
Mays to Ryan, which we talked about just before she got here.
Yeah. We talked about Mays and just interesting center market. Obviously, as expected, Linderbaum gets the biggest deal, but Mays gets about $3 million less per year than what Sean Ryan did, which is interesting.
Do we still feel like Ryan got a solid deal, or do we feel differently seeing that?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to make the arguments of like the three where you're comparing probably is because I think McGovern got more, which McGovern was much better than the other three that I'm about to talk about. But the three that are probably in the same conversation are Biotish, Sean Ryan, and then Cade Mays. And Ryan got 11 per, Biotish got 10 per, and Mays got a little over 8 per. So I think everyone, your mileage may vary of how you feel about each of those three centers. I think a lot of people would probably say Biotish, Ryan, Mays. Some people might say Biotish, Mays, Ryan. But the Packers obviously liked Ryan enough to lock in that deal on a 3-year contract. They've drafted him, developed him. They played him at center all the second half of last year. So they're going a little bit with continuity there. I understand it doesn't change the thought process too much for me, but it will be interesting kind of tracking those three centers to see kind of who has the better next 3 years and who gets the most out of those contracts. All right. We had some other super chats come in. Let's see here. George Costanza is here. Well, I'm worried about our current defensive line. We can get so much better from Gary, Wooden, and Kingsley. I don't know if there was another tweet out or another message after that, but I do think that we can get better on the defensive line. But that position is now in a pretty significant need of a makeover because they don't have, we were talking about this with Aaron Nagler. We don't have a defensive line that's ready to go week 1 right now. Every other position on the team, you can at least, put out there and be like, all right, we can win with that. Defensive line is not one of those, especially Micah being out early in the season. Like right now, I don't even, in a 3-4, you've got like Nazir Stackhouse as your starting nose tackle with like Carl Brooks and Devontae Wyatt as your defensive ends and LVN and Baron Sorrell as your edge, rushers with Colin Oliver backing up on the edge, Warren Brinson backing up on the interior, and then, Edgerrin Cooper and Franklin, Zaire Franklin as your linebackers. Like that's not good enough ready to go for week 1 right now. So there's still a lot of work to be done on the front seven.
It reminds me a little bit of Gutekunst's first offseason. Remember when Clay Matthews was allowed to walk, Nick Perry was cut. It's not quite apples to apples because they have guys coming back, but he took that whole edge room or maybe it wasn't his first year, but whatever. He cut it to pieces and then signed the Smith brothers and drafted Rashan Garry, and boom, you have a brand new edge room overnight, just like an Etch-a-Sketch kind of thing, gone and it's back. So that's interesting to me that it's not quite the route he's taking because you do expect Parsons to come back. Obviously, you expect Van Ness to be back and maybe as a starter here, but Baron Sorrell, 4th-round pick, 1.5 sacks, healthy scratch during the season. Is he ready to do anything special? Colin Oliver, to me, he's played 1 game in his career and he's been hurt the rest of his time as a pro, which, not his fault, but that's just the reality of the situation they're in. Aaron Mosby, Brenton Cox, special teamer. Brenton Cox kind of more myth than player at this point in his career. So, I mean, you came into last season hoping that Micah Parsons, Rashan Garry, and Lucas Van Ness was going to be this buzzsaw of a pass rush. And now you just mentioned that whole group that they have, and I haven't even gotten to defensive tackle, but like you mentioned that whole group, that's assuming Devontae Wyatt doesn't have one of those setbacks you were just talking about too.
Yeah.
If he can't play, then what are we getting? Now, granted, it's March 9th. The draft is in a month. All that good stuff can change. But for a team that had come into the offseason needing defensive tackle, cornerback, that kind of stuff, now they've created a need at defensive end as well by trading Gary and not bringing back Enigbare, which, in a vacuum, those moves are fine. But now you've made it to the point where that's something you need. And it's not like you can sign the equivalent of Brenton Cox on the market. It's got to be in my opinion, at least has to be a player that can he start for when Parsons is not ready, and can he contribute as a secondary rusher when Parsons is ready? Because you want I don't know about how you guys feel, but I want Van Ness. It's sink or swim time, buddy. So I need to see him as a starter. Like, it's go time. You're either it or you're not.
I was just going to say, this is putting a lot on LVN this season. So either they feel really confident, or they're saying you're either it or you're not, and we're going to find out.
Jacob, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for stopping by. Tell us all about your work, Packers on the Side. Anything else you want to plug on the way out?
Yeah, it's good to see you guys as always. But I've got basically any move where they have what happens, whether they let a guy go, sign a guy, whatever. It's an in-house, like how are they going to replace him? How's this guy going to produce? Stuff like that I'll be working on. The draft guide, of course, will be out in about a month. I'll work on that with Jacob Morley and Ross Uglum over the next couple months, and right here on the Pack a Day podcast. So Jacob Morley and myself will be talking tomorrow for your listening pleasure as to whatever happens today. So if the Packers could please trade for Jalen Carter and figure out a way to rip up that contract with the Raiders and sign Tyler Linderbaum, I need stuff to talk about. So Guru Kunst, if you're listening, and I know you are, so please help me out. Appreciate that.
He did trade Rashan Garry for you already, though.
He did do that. Yeah, that's true.
Point. We got some Packers that have left already, so it's not exactly going to be a slow news day for you one way or the other for tomorrow.
Segment. That's greedy. I'm greedy.
I appreciate you. Greedy. Thank you so much for coming on, Jacob. Appreciate you a ton, and I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You bet. Jacob is out, and our trio from yesterday is back together.
No!
That's here to join us. This is amazing. Justice, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good. There's one top 200 free agent ranked center still on the market right now. If you want an update on the board just being completely nuked.
Hashtag center market.
Guys, this is all that we are allowed to talk about.
Who's the one left?
Postage.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. It's an ugly market if you need a center right now.
Corners are kind of flying off the board. Outside of that, there's not a whole ton of movement. But
we were talking about Linderbaum. I thought Creed Humphrey was at 21 mil per year. He was at 18 mil per year. So
yeah, he was under Eldon.
$9 million more than the highest paid center had previously been at for Linderbaum. That is a wild number.
That's crazy.
I think that's why you saw teams scrambling yesterday, where they're like, hey, man, we got to go sign a center today because tomorrow's price is different.
It's crazy. I mean, I to an extent, I understand it. If you're going to give like Dan Moore and Rasheed Walker like 20 mil, is not having like a great center better than a bad tackle. Like I understand sort of some of the calculus, but it's still a crazy number to get to.
60 million guaranteed for a center.
Ooh.
60 million.
Yeah.
So
and it's a short deal too, right? It's 3 years, so he's going to be able to hit the market again while he's still in his prime.
Yeah. That's more guaranteed money than Malik Willis just got to be a starting quarterback in Miami.
Yeah. So like the Malik deal,
it's crazy.
So Malik got a bridge quarterback deal, right? But he got more runway than Fields did because he got basically the same APY, but the guarantees, he got 50% more guarantees than Justin Fields did. So the Justin Fields contract was a 1+1, right? It was like 1 real year and then a team option. It seems like this Malik deal, we don't have the full details yet, but I'm just looking off of the numbers that we do have. It's probably a 2 real years and then the team option after that.
Yeah.
I like it for Malik.
Yeah,
Dolphins are going to be interesting. With how that works. Malik's not going to have a ton to work with. I mean, they do have Achane still for now. We'll see
Waddle.
if there's any move there. They've got Waddle for now. We'll see if there's any moves there. They have no offensive line. That's not great, but Good thing Willis can make things happen with his legs.
Yeah, but you don't want that really. Like you want
No.
that to be an option, but you don't want him to be doing that all the time.
Not at all. That's going to be a very interesting offense next year, to say the least. Justice, what did you think of the Gary trade? How'd you like waking up to that this morning?
So I did wake up to that. So Addie shook me awake and goes, Rashan Garry for a 4th round pick. And I said, no effing way. And I don't think I've ever popped up with that much enthusiasm in my life. Then I saw it was the Cowboys, and I'm like, dude,
Maybe.
let's go. Let's do it.
Of course it was, right?
Yeah.
Well, you
Immediately
didn't get to
win it.
live through the roller coaster that we had, because I don't know if you saw, but Rossini initially posted it as a 3rd round.
Tyler talked to me about so it was 3rd rounder, day 3, and then 4th round pick.
No,
right?
it was 3rd rounder, then late day 3, then late day 3, and then settled upon. So we went from, oh my God, it's a 3rd rounder. We kind of went from like, oh my God, they got something, to, oh my God, they got a 3rd rounder, to, oh, it's just a late 7th, or like something like that, to, oh my God, it's a 4th rounder. It wasn't quite the Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones roller coaster. You're like, oh my God, they have 2 good backs. Oh, Aaron's gone. But it was definitely in that realm of roller coaster ride for sure.
I'm happy we got a pick, and we've cleared up some cap space, right? So like we got the Kingsley deal out of the way, which is nice because now we know what we can spend without offsetting a comp pick.
That's a good point.
He signed for 10, so we can sign a guy for ballpark 10-ish. We can offset the phantom 6th round compensatory pick for a compensatory free agent. I fully expect this team to be in the cap casualty market too. Javon Hargrave hasn't been released yet. It seems like the Vikings are holding on to all their guys until they actually need to become cap compliant, which isn't going to happen until Wednesday. So we might be a little bit more active on Wednesday than we are on.
But that's what you said last
Monday.
night.
Right. Perry, your guy, he got taken off the board. What are the Chiefs doing? The Rams just took both of their corners.
They also signed Kenneth Walker. So I'm that's okay.
Getting rid of all your corners so you can afford a top running back. That's what you got to do.
And don't worry, they're bringing Travis Kelce back. Don't worry, guys. 14th,
I was very worried. I was very nervous.
14th year. I don't know what the Chiefs are doing, man. I don't know.
We didn't talk, by the way, about the TMZ article of Travis and Jason's mom remodeling the house.
Addie asked me about it. She goes, "Did you see the big Donna Kelce news?" And I was like, "I saw it. I don't really understand why there's a TMZ logo on it, though."
Oh, just the most amazing thing ever. All the stuff going on in TMZ's huge article. Donna Kelce remodeling, or was it her kitchen or her house or whatever? I don't know what it was, but
Travis Etienne going to the Saints.
Weird.
Just got that one. He's from Louisiana, so sounds like
the Saints are the weirdest damn team. Just the weirdest damn team.
And they renegotiated the Kamara contract, right? So they're going to keep Kamara.
What is that?
Who is their quarterback?
Shuck for sure is going to be their quarterback, but yeah.
I don't buy. I mean, he was
seems to be a more important thing to figure out, in my opinion. But
hot take for me, I think some quarterback needy team should have traded for Spencer Rattler. I think he could have been good enough to be like 1 year stopgap for somebody, but neither here nor there. Honestly, like Minnesota would not have been like a terrible like Rattler. Like I guess Rattler and McCarthy fighting it out wouldn't have been the most.
What a locker room! I mean, Kyler and McCarthy. It's not going to be the Q rating isn't going to be any lower.
Another question. Again, not someone who would end up in Green Bay. Although if he did, like, wouldn't hate it. It would be completely unnecessary. But like, doesn't seem like Mike Evans is going back to the Bucs, which is wild. But I'm hearing reports that teams are offering him like crazy money.
Yeah, I saw what's his name, Armin or whatever. The Bucs reporter said 27 is
27 mil.
I'm like,
yeah.
Which, by the way, I mean, the Christian Watson extension now it's going to be 29 million per.
Yeah.
So,
but like Mike, I mean, fair enough. Like he deserves it, but he's definitely. I mean, this could be his last. Any year could be his last year, and he's coming off a major injury. Like I can't believe teams would offer that.
Can I bring up a dumb conversation that is probably stupid and irrelevant? What would it take? We talked about Jaden Reed and Dontavian Wicks yesterday. Now with the knowledge that Christian Watson is going to get just a stupid deal, like just a crazy amount of money, What would some team have to call an offer you right now for you to be like, all right, we'll give you Christian Watson for that?
Has to be a high second minimum.
Yeah, probably what they took for him or what they paid for him.
It's a top 40 pick.
It has to,
sure.
yeah, that's the exact number that I was going to say. It has to be a top 40 pick.
Yeah,
but also, like again, it's like, what is that worth to you if he's
for sure
he's worth more on the field to them? Like,
but how much is he on the field? And are you willing to give, $120 million on a 4-year deal or something to somebody that has been injured every year of his career? And if somebody comes offering you like the 33rd pick in the draft or something, just saying. I'm not saying could you somehow find a way to go ahead, Justice?
There's a guy in our comments right now on Twitter, and he said, "This is a reverse Bobby Caldwell moment. I don't know why, but I thought Justice was black." My last name is Mosqueda.
There are just some things that you should keep inside your head.
I've
That's
never
a Brian Baldwin though.
For the record, I've never had anyone say, I always thought Andy Herman was black. Never has happened.
I've never gotten either, Andy.
Yeah, exactly. Wan'Dale Robinson, worst kept secret. He's going to the Titans to reunite with Brian Daboll.
$25 million per. I mean, that's a huge number for a guy like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're now in crazy money mode. Like we are officially in crazy money season for some of these. But
this is why I'm like, the cap isn't real. Like, it's just you. If you want someone, like, you will figure it out.
Sometimes there's limitations. Like they couldn't have went. Like Green Bay could not have gone and re-signed Dobbs, Willis, and Egbare.
No,
everybody that they wanted.
Again, if you want someone, keyword want, you can figure it out.
4 years, $70 million. What's the math on that?
Is Dobbs really going to go to the 49ers?
17 and a half.
17 and a half for Robinson's not terrible.
That's not 25. So the Romeo thing, right? So last year, his camp went to Green Bay, wanted the Khalil Shakir deal, which was like $13.33 million per year. The Packers didn't want to sign it because of the concussions, but they also didn't want to get rid of him because they were dealing with the Christian Watson injury, and then immediately the Jayden Reed injury happened. Savian had the foot starting in camp, all that stuff. So it was kind of a play it out type of situation. But when the Packers were involved in the DK Metcalf talks, he let it be known that he wanted to go to the West Coast. He's a West Coast guy. He wants to go back to the West Coast. So I would not be surprised if it was the Niners, because I haven't checked back in on Romeo Dobbs really, because I just assume he's going to be gone and signed with someone else. We're going to get a comp pick, but I would not be shocked if he ends up going back to the West Coast based off of stuff that happened last year.
We got a defensive tackle off the board, one that you've been on, Justice, a little bit. Curious Tonga going to the Chiefs, 3 years, 3 years, $21 million. So
$7 million per. Yeah, see, so like the Tonga could have offset the Egbare. I think Roy Lopez would have been in that range too. Dang, that one hurts.
Yeah, 3 years, 21. So Chiefs get that done. But yeah, he will not be a Packer.
First defensive tackle to sign in the top
I think
200.
So.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody else really.
Yeah.
I have not either. All right, let's get to some super chats. I do want to get your thoughts on some other stuff too, Justice, but want to get through some of these because people are amazing and are sending me money to get questions answered, and I've been a jerk and ignoring them. Not really. It's just we've had a lot to talk about. All right, let's see here. Where do we leave off? Do we officially get a third for Malik? Also, I believe they're saying, no, we talked about that. It looks like it's going to be a fourth for Malik. Have you had a chance to look at it yet, Justice?
Yeah. So Dan Moore signed for less and got a third for Pittsburgh last year.
Okay.
So he's kind of on the borderline, but I actually lean 3, not 4. I the projections kind of hold so far. I mean, only 2 of our 5 guys have signed, but we were kind of expecting 2/3, 2/4, and then the 6th. And we got the 6th with Kingsley, and I think we're going to get the 3rd with Malik. Some of it's going to have to do with playing time. So pay attention to whether he gets hurt or not. Because if he gets hurt, that could turn the 3rd into a 4th because he's kind of right on the edge. But I lean 3rd for sure.
Okay. And then David asks, what are we priming for? I mean, I'm assuming the Packers. So defensive line and corner would be the ones, and defensive line seems to be the one that they definitely need the most stuff at right now.
If we're going to offset the high pick, right, and then backfill with the Enagbare pick. I think it'll be Tariq Woolen at this point, and he's kind of like the only guy who makes sense as a big swing. And then if we're just looking to offset the Enagbare pick and collect the top 4, I think it could be, Cam Taylor-Britt, Josh Jobe, like that level of corner. Or you're looking
Are we worried about Cam Taylor-Britt's injury history?
Yeah, and like he got, what was it? He showed up in court on crutches right after the season, which is never a good sign, right?
The double whammy. Like Colby Durant, like what's your
I just don't really have. I think I looked at his numbers and his numbers weren't that great, and I just kind of like skipped on him.
Okay.
But Jobe is kind of interesting because he has crossover with Gannon. So he was originally an Eagle. He was originally an Eagle before he ended up in Seattle. And he had the breakout year last year, right? But that's kind of like a lot of these guys where it's, they haven't been consistent players for 4 years, which is why they're able to hit the open markets. They just kind of caught a hot streak. And that's why like Watson and Woolen are kind of the only like consistent young producers. Jamel Dean is consistent, but he's on the older side, and I don't know if the team is willing to burn a pick for an older corner. It's a position that doesn't age well.
Too. Yeah.
Like Nashawn Wright is a guy who, like, you could have gotten off the street, right? And then he had a hot year. Like, do you pay for that? Maybe. Like Cordell Flott, super tiny. Mike Hilton is a slot guy. Like, it's a whole lot of that. Greg Newsome, who I know Packers fans love because there was the stuff linking him around draft time. He's been terrible his entire NFL career. He's been legit terrible. So we could sign him. He is athletic. He's not good at corner. And he was a slot for multiple years too. So
they tried him at slot. They tried him outside. They tried him in Cleveland. They tried him in Jacksonville. They've tried everything. It just has not worked for him at all.
Do you think Tariq Woolen is gonna get the same money that Jalen Watson just got though?
I think so, unless like his attitude is big enough deterrent that teams kind of want like fewer guarantees or something. I think the APY is going to be the same. I think where you see the difference is probably the guarantees, if there is a difference for him.
I think that's probably true. All right. Toys R Us sucks, or Toys R Us rocks. There's a difference between those two things. Said, Andy lost service for 40 minutes. Can you hit me with what I missed? No. I mean, honestly, Malik Willis is a Dolphin. Aaron Nagler came on and chatted for a bit. Jacob Westendorf came on and chatted for a bit. We've now got Justice and Perry with us. Watson's a Ram. I don't know. What else? Any other big things?
Center market got nuked.
Oh, yeah. Linderbaum's a Raider. Those are the big ones. UWGB women, big win, 73-48 over Purdue Fort Worth. So GB moves on to the final. So nice. Love that. That's happened in the last 40 minutes or so. All right.
This is college?
Yeah. College women's basketball. Men's basketball got eliminated yesterday for Green Bay, but they had a nice season. What's the asking trade price for Reed or Wicks? We talked a little bit about this yesterday. I think Reed 2. I think Wicks is like a 4-ish, maybe 5. But in order for Green Bay to consider it, it'd have to probably be a little bit of an overpay. Otherwise, I think Green Bay probably just hangs on.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Reed is more interesting in the context of like, could you flip him for another player, right? Could you flip him for a corner? Mm-hmm. Could you flip him for a defensive lineman? Positions where you're kind of in a pinch right now. I think it's more interesting for him that way than just turn him into a currency, where I could see them turning Wicks into a currency because that elevates Matthew Golden up the depth chart.
Reed's also going to have to go to a team that's willing to like give him some kind of significant contract.
Yeah,
for sure.
He signed with Rosenhaus, and after they spent the 2 top 100 picks last year, right? Rosenhaus was like, let's have a sit-down meeting with Brian Gutekunst to make sure that my guy is still going to get fed and get paid.
And like he came on social media after that and was like, oh, it's all good. Like it's all love. Like, no, everyone calm down. But it's like, we know what you want when you sign with this agent. Like we know.
I mean, they had it was Romeo Christian, Wicks, Reed, Golden, and Savion. You had 6, important wide receivers on the team. And you could afford to pay maybe 2. So I mean, there
fair
is
game though. Like it's your life, fair game. Go get the money, but it just changes who you're going to potentially be trading with because that team's going to need the amount of money that Reed wants for whatever
Yeah.
kind of contract extension he's looking for.
That's why, like, I don't know what like the Jalen Carter contract or like the trade would have, like the offer would have even been. And I think that's out of the window now because I don't know if people are paying attention to this enough, but like the Eagles have already like max converted all of their money. So like there's no way that they can create more cap space without losing players. But they wanted to bring back Jalen Phillips. And now that Jalen Phillips has signed with another team, I don't think that they're going to be like looking into trading Jalen Carter in the same way. But like if it was a Jalen Carter trade, like it probably would have had to been like the next 2 years second round picks, Devontae Wyatt, and then like a guy like Jaden Reed thrown into there. Like it just would have been way too much.
Yeah, I can't imagine it happens. And I can't imagine that Philly has too much interest in like the 2028 first round pick right now. That's pretty far ways away. Does Philly even want to get involved in that? Like it's just really, really difficult to find a way to make that work in any way, shape, or form for sort of both teams, honestly.
Yeah.
Barry, you said you got about 10 more minutes. All right, cool. All right, so let's we had a couple more super chats. Let's see. Oh, here's the one from we did have one update, by the way. Tom Silverstein posted, and I'm sure this was a PR release, but Packers announced plans for the public to honor President Bob Harlan, who died last week at the age of 89. Monday, March 16th, so a week from today, the Harlan family will host a celebration of Bob's life from 3:30 to 5 p.m. in the Lambeau Field atrium for fans who wish to pay their respects. So very cool that they're doing that. That'll be 3:30, 5 p.m. next Monday for Bob Harlan and family. So if anyone wants to go pay their respects, they can do so next Monday. All right. Let's see. How could we not fork over $10 million for Kingsley Enagbare?
We could have.
I have no issue with them not paying $10 million on a 1-year deal for Kingsley Enagbare for what it's worth.
I mean, they're going to have to spend the draft pick somewhere, right? And they're giving themselves the option. You're going to have 4 guys under contract that you're going to keep at the position already. You're probably only going to be able to keep 5. So if you want any hope of drafting a guy and then getting a 4-year deal, you kind of have to let Enagbare walk. Like they like Van Ness. They drafted Sorrell and Colin Oliver in the mid rounds last year. Those guys are going to have to play eventually. Yeah, I know. Like the word that I had got from multiple people coming out of the combine, the Packers really like this Missouri edge rusher. I haven't seen him yet. Oh, I've seen him in passing, but I haven't really studied him. What's his name? Zion Young or something like that. Okay. So like maybe he could be a guy that they take in like the second round. We know that they're not afraid to spend a high pick on that third rusher and then just have him work up the rotation. They did it with LVN. They did it with Rashan Garry. So I'm not super surprised they let Enagbare walk. I thought it was kind of a logjam at the position. Like
to me, Sorrell was we are getting our Enagbare here, and Baron Sorrell is the new Enagbare. Yeah, that's how I kind of viewed it.
That was my thought too. I'm like, they clearly think that somebody already in the building is going to be able to replicate the production. So why pay?
Yeah. The other thing too is, again, I don't want to keep harping the comp pick thing, right? But like, so let's say you bring Enagbare back. That means the cost to sign a guy like a Roy Lopez at nose tackle, right? It's not just his contract. You're also offsetting the 4th round pick now at that point, instead of offsetting this phantom pick that you wouldn't have been able to collect anyway. So that's another factor, I would think. There's a lot of market pressures on Green Bay that the league is kind of built for a team in Green Bay spot to not do much in free agency. Now, whether they accept that reality or not is up to them.
Yeah. I'll just say one more time. I have no issue with Green Bay not doing that deal. I think it made sense for him to walk. I'm surprised that Enagbare dabbled in the 1-year market. I would have thought he wanted a little bit more security than that, but yeah, that's fine. Kudos to the Jets.
I think it just gives him another chance to hit the market in case he gets starter money. I think all these guys who are going to get, like if you're getting backup money, I don't think you sign up to be a long-term backup. I think you just give yourself the chance to hit the market again, and hopefully you get hot 1 year. I mean, we just saw it with Eric Wilson, right? Eric Wilson just signed like a $22.5 million contract or whatever after being a career journeyman. And if he would have signed a 3-year deal, right, he wouldn't have been getting that money. There's real opportunity.
Or no one offered him anything more than that, and he had to take what he could get.
Basically, yeah.
Right.
We did have David Edwards, Bills guard, signed with the Saints. So they're on the board again. Still don't know what they're doing exactly, but
Yeah, how do they have all this money?
they're finally sort of out of cap hell. They kind of finally got out. It's not great, but they're kind of finally just getting back to treading water. And so what better way to celebrate than going out and signing Travis Etienne and David Edwards?
Yeah, makes sense.
That's what you got to do. Alex asks Malik Willis and Jeff Hafley season predictions.
They're tearing it down. Don't look at it directly, right? Like that's Medusa. You will turn into stone. I do not advise for your health to watch the 2026 Miami Dolphins. Hopefully,
it's going to be tough for Green Bay South.
Yeah.
They play each other this coming season, so we'll have to watch one game of the Miami Dolphins.
That better be a good game. That better be a good game to watch for Green Bay.
Yeah, I agree.
If Miami comes to town and beats up. By the way, I'll just say this: when you get the schedule, that's one that you want as late in the season as possible. You want Miami or hot weather team coming to Green Bay late in the year, but two, you don't want like week 1 Packers Dolphins or week 2 Packers Dolphins. They new coach, new quarterback, high energy. Hope is still springing internal. You don't want them being like 1-0 or 0-0 when you play them. You want them being like, oh, this season sucks. They're like 3-13 and everything's crappy. And now you got to go to Lambeau Field and play in the cold. So hope that comes in as a late season game and not one of those first 4 games where there's still a little bit of hope in Miami.
Plus, there's always the early heat, right, that you're dealing with in September, where it's like we open the year in Jacksonville, and Jacksonville's wearing the white jerseys, so we got to wear the greens, and it's burning.
We got them in Green Bay. We got them in Green Bay. So.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But either
I haven't
way,
paid attention that much to the schedule. I'm just like, are we in an international game or not?
Another defensive tackle off the board. David Onyemata goes to the Jets. 1 year, $10.5 million.
The noses are moving. There's not very many noses in free agency, and both of the top 200 guys on the interior defensive line have both been noses.
Yep. Raiders signed Jalen Naylor from the Vikings, so he is out of the division. 3 years, 35 for Jalen Naylor. He got a pretty decent payday. We talked about David Edwards. I think that's the main ones for now. Jahan Dotson goes to the Falcons. He gets 2 years, 15. That's a little bit of a steep price for somebody that didn't exactly pan out perfectly in Philly. That's an interesting one. Yeah.
He hasn't really looked good anywhere he's played, right? Didn't he? Wasn't he in Washington? So
yeah. He did school Jair Alexander, I think, on a deep ball in Washington one time, though. I know we have Sean Ryan signed, but any chance we look at Jackson Powers-Johnson, since they have Linderbaum now? Jackson Powers-Johnson's going to start at guard for the Raiders now, is the report. So they're going to move him to guard. Linderbaum's going to be the center. And so, no, I do not see that happening. Also, the XX Ninja says Josh Myers signed as a backup. Myers is actually under contract. Yeah, he got extended. So he's under contract still for the next couple of years. Probably no interest anyway. Harry, do you got a roll?
I got a couple minutes.
Okay, perfect. Surprised at no Trey Hendrickson news yet.
I think that we are never going to get Trey Hendrickson news, and we are forever going to be in Trey Hendrickson purgatory. We've been waiting for Trey Hendrickson news for since I was born.
I love it.
I'm trying to look at top 10 guys who are still on the market. So for the consensus board, right? Mike Evans, wide receiver. Rasheed Walker at tackle. It's kind of surprising. I mean, there hasn't been any movement at the tackle market. Trey Hendrickson, Odafe Owe is another one who's top 10. They're both edge rushers. Devin Lloyd, the linebacker market hasn't really moved at all. The only guys who have signed are both older guys, and has been Demario Davis and Alex Anzalone.
Yep.
And that's kind of it.
Odafe Owe, guys.
I don't know if they're going to spend big for an edge.
In my brain. No.
I mean, maybe
the question.
They could.
What'd you say, Andy?
I missed your question.
Thoughts on Odafe always fit in Green Bay? Like too steep of a price right now, or?
I think so. I think anybody in that range is probably going to be a little bit too steep of a price. But yeah, I think they'll probably dabble in sort of more of like a Dante Fowler type range. Yeah, I'm not saying I love it. I'm not saying it's what I want. Just saying I think they'll probably dabble a little bit more in that range. Okay. So far, our best pass rusher to start 2026 is LVN. Yeah, that is correct. Unless you want to put Devontae Wyatt in that conversation too, I guess. But yeah,
there's no way to make up for Micah. There's no way to make up for Micah missing a month.
No
one's coming to save you for that month. Like it's not happening.
Jonathan Gannon, unscouted looks and scheming things up for the next, whatever 5 months or whatever. That's what has to save us, is him coming up with something crazy to figure out something while Micah's out for that first month, and hopefully getting a schedule release that isn't like, oh, your first month is Lions, Bears, and like all of your tough teams in the first month before Micah's back. So easy teams and Jonathan Gannon.
By the way, it will be that.
For a couple of them, for sure.
Are we sure Devontae Wyatt is starting the season after the broken ankle?
Broken's better. You don't want ligament damage. Broken is usually actually better, so he should be back.
Okay.
He should.
All right, well, that's good. Well, then I'm going to say goodbye on that positive note.
Tell us all about Pax What She Said. Anything you want to plug on the way out?
I mean, if you listen to Pack a Day this morning, which you should, it's the three of us talking. So if you enjoyed this, you just get another hour plus of this. Pack What She Said will be back. Maggie and I took a mini break, but we'll be back for the season now. And we'll be back on YouTube, but TBD. We haven't really set a date yet. So Maggie, if you're listening, let's chat.
She's not.
But this was fun, guys. Happy free.
Thanks so much for stopping by. Appreciate you a ton, and I'm sure we'll talk to you, Barry.
Bye.
See ya. We did get Nick Corti, who's the specialist on all things compensatory picks, tweeting out about Malik Willis. He said, at $22.5 million, OTC's 2027 compensatory free agents program is currently placing Malik Willis in the 4th round. However, it is not giving him a snap count boost. And if he is the consistent starter, that pick could easily turn into a 3rd round pick for the Packers.
The other thing to look out for that is also still counting cap casualties that teams are holding on to as contracts that are up for APY. So like basically the way it works, right? At the end of the regular season, the players are ranked by APY, which is their salary average, right? Yep. Over their contract. And it's in reverse order. So like Sam Darnold is like, there's like 1,700 guys below Sam Darnold in the pecking order. So he gets like 1,700 points, right? So every player is graded on that. And the top 5%, if their losses as compensatory free agents, if they're top 5%, those guys count as 3rd round picks, and then it goes down, 5%, 5% per each tier. So I think, yes, I agree with him. Right now, he's a 4th. After cap casualties, I think he's going to be a 3rd. And then you have the playing time aspect too that should impact it. He should be right on the borderline though. So maybe he ends up, a little bit below it, but with playing time, he should get over it. And Tua
getting released, unless things go very bad for Malik Willis, he should be or I guess there's always the possibility they draft somebody, I guess, but unless something goes really, really bad, he should be pretty much the unquestioned starter all year long.
Yeah.
All right. KPT says calling Nakobe Dean to Green Bay. I think as we talked about yesterday, Justice, I think they're going to be out on linebacker with the Zaire Franklin addition, unless, again, BPA in the draft and it just so happens to be a linebacker, so be it. But for now, I don't think there's any linebacker moves coming.
Yeah, and Nakobe's a will. Nakobe's a will. Devin Bush is a will. Like, those guys would be replacing Edrin Cooper. Those guys, yeah. That's not what we're in the business of doing, I don't think. So, like, if you're looking at Mike's, first of all, I would stop because we got Franklin, and I think they're going to let Franklin and McDuffie battle it out at the Mike position. It's like Devin Lloyd, Quay Walker, Trey Edmonds, who's been available and on the market. If you wanted to go sign him, you could have signed him days ago. Demario Davis is out. You're looking at like Caden Ellis and Bobby Wagner. Chenal is probably going to get looked at as a 4-3 Sam from the conversations that I had with people who are repping linebackers in this class. So, no, I think they're done at linebacker. These are their linebackers. I really do think like they can under Barry, the last time they were in a 3-4 defense, they only carried 4. We have 5 rosterable linebackers right now. I think this is it.
Yeah. No, I think
unless there's a McDuffie trade. If there's a McDuffie trade, maybe your ears go up and you're like, oh, there's room for more competition. But I don't think it's coming.
I don't think McDuffie's going to have a robust market in the trade market either. So I think you're probably just better keeping him unless something changes. Sure.
McDuffie's backup is making McDuffie's backup in 23 and 24 is now making like 3 times as much as he is. So there might be more of a McDuffie. Plus he contributes a lot on special teams. He doesn't come up a ton because he's just like he's pretty good. He's not what I would consider an ace, but he plays a lot of snaps. So
Fair
there's value
points.
in that too.
We've got another entry into the show, the one and only Ken Ingalls. You can find him on social media at Ken Ingalls. Ken, how you doing, bud?
Doing well. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Doing
How is
great.
your free agent frenzy treating you?
Man, that news this morning, that was awesome. Gary, I'll take that 4th rounder, man. Like I was in on that like early. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You're on the coast, but yeah, I was looking back at like my tweets and stuff like early in the season. I was like, man, let's try and trade Gary, right? And then as he continued to play, and we're like, I don't think we're gonna get anything for this guy. So like literally getting anything, I would have taken the ham sandwich. Like getting that 4th, like that's the cherry on top. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Jerry. No, we love us some Jerry Jones. I was stunned. I mean, again, maybe a conditional 6th or 7th round pick or something I could have totally seen, but even that I wasn't holding my breath for. So when 4th round pick comes across, I'm just like, oh, hell yeah. That is like, you know, you have an aunt that gets you crappy gifts every year and you're just expecting something crappy. And all of a sudden she gets you something sweet and you're like, oh, hell yeah. I was not accounting for a good present this year and I got one. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's the PS5 underneath the Christmas tree right there.
We've all had that moment where we got something we weren't expecting and it was incredible. And that is exactly what that moment felt like. Other thoughts, Ken, I know you've been crunching the numbers with where Green Bay is sort of at right now from a salary cap standpoint. We got the Sean Ryan contract, so that's officially out there now. That helps things out a little bit. Where's kind of Green Bay at right now before any Elton move or before any other restructures?
Yeah, if I crank it right now, I'm at 14.7 million right now. But that doesn't have all of Chris Brooks in, and it doesn't have all of we don't know Banks, right? We don't know if it's a 3-year restructure or if they added the 2 void years. You know, like OTC showing the 5, you know, they asked me like, hey, do you think they're doing 3 or 5? I'm like, they typically do voids. So I think that's what they went with. But you know, that hasn't come across yet. So I'm curious to see where that will land. Obviously, if they don't add the voids, there's going to be more of a cap hit this year. And so they'll have less to play with. So I think, 14.7 is where I'm at right now.
Are you including your practice squad and 53 guys with that?
No. That's like just like, okay, what they have like for compliance. Right, and there is some order of operations stuff too. Like, you know, we have these 2 trades. They technically can't go through until after March 11th. You know, I know we're in this negotiating window and a lot of these contracts that you're seeing, right? None of those guys will actually put pen to paper until after 3 p.m. Central Time on the 11th. So like getting up to and through that date, you know, there's some things that I have in there that aren't technically going to happen until after, like both those trades, you know, the Gary trade out, the Zaire trade in, same with, you know, Colby Wooden on that. So there's a little bit of, you know, if I really wanted to take the time, I could have really fleshed it out. Okay, here's exactly where they are for compliancy. And then once the date goes by, you know, boom, 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 3 or 4 things hit. But all in all, that's where I have them right now. And within a day or 2 of free agency, with the moves that we know, I have them at 14.7. It's probably closer to like 11, 12. You know,
we got time, Ken. Just bring up your screen and put all the numbers in, and we'll sit and watch you do. I'm just kidding. But no, that makes a ton of sense, and it should give them some flexibility if they still want to do some stuff over the next couple days here. Go ahead, Justice.
So this is why I like having this number, because I haven't even thought about the cap hit and the cap relief that we got from Gary. I think Ken and I talked last night, and I was like, ballpark 5 million back of napkin math, right? That's where I got to. Where I was like, that's the cap space we got. So post Gary, we got a little bit more. Here's why I think this is interesting, right? So because of the context of the comp picks, all that stuff, right? I think if we swing big, we're going to swing big at corner. And if we swing big at corner, it's probably going to be a guy who's proven himself, who is young. Those guys would have been Watson or it would have been Woolen. Watson is now off the market. Woolen is kind of like the only guy left, right? I think defensive tackle would have made a lot of sense too, but there's not a defensive tackle who's available, at least right now, who I think would count as like a big swing. Starting cornerbacks last year went for like 18 million per, right? So I'm looking at the Paulson to Debo contract right now. if we sign like a Tariq Woolen to like the Paulson Adebo contract, his year one cap hit was $2.9 million. So we do right now have the room to probably add Tariq Woolen if we want Tariq Woolen to be the big swing. I think Woolen, if we do swing big, it'll be Woolen. And then if not, I think we're more in the market of offsetting the Kingsley Enagbare comp pick, which now we know the APY, right? It's going to be 10. So we're going to be kind of like in that range for a compensatory free agent. Otherwise, I think we're going to be looking at cap casualties and trade market and stuff like that. Oh, Romeo is not going to San Francisco because Mike Evans is.
Mike Evans to the Niners?
Yes, sir.
Whew.
Whoa.
He's going to eat. God, could that team get older?
That team is very old.
That team is old. That team is old.
Maybe they're going to trade Trent Williams to bring that down a little bit. Yeah.
We're going to add Romeo down to Green Bay South, Miami.
Maybe.
I know he wants to go West Coast, but
right.
Chargers have been in on wide receivers. That could be a team. I don't think the Raiders. I don't think the Seahawks. If we're looking at West Coast or West-ish teams, yeah, I don't know. That'll be interesting to see where I did not see Mike Evans to the 49ers. I did not have that on my list today. That's a really interesting one. But my God, like you said, Justice, are they an old team? What do you think of that Michael Pittman deal too for going to Pittsburgh and getting?
I mean, they were going to have to dump him, right? I mean, you couldn't have.
That makes sense. The contract though too for Pittsburgh is like that's a big deal.
Well, yeah, I guess they're taking on two huge deals. Jamil Dean is off the board. He's going to Pittsburgh.
Interesting. So they did this with Slay, and it worked so terribly that they now want to do it with Jamel Dean.
I guess, but as far as folks, we're now at the point, big corners, right? Guys who are ranked top 40 free agents, right? We got Tariq Woolen, Alontae Taylor, which like people got a lot of opinions about Alontae Taylor one way or another. He split time at slot, he split time at outside, and then Nashawn Wright, who had one hot year basically with the Bears where he wasn't really even efficient at stopping passes. It was just he got a lot of interceptions. And I'm actually looking right now. That's not top 40. That's top 80, right? So the corner board is moving pretty quickly. I think the nose tackle board too is moving faster than people realize. There's not a lot of big names on the nose tackle board, but there's only been 3 interior defensive linemen who have signed in the top 2, who are projected to be top 200 free agents. And 2.5 of them are nose tackles, and David Onyemata, Tonga, those guys are true nose tackles, and then Rankins, who kind of split a little bit. So the remaining nose tackles in the top 200, it's DJ Reader at 64, Javon Hargrave when he gets cut on Wednesday, if you want to count him as a nose. He was a nose last year, hadn't been a nose before then, at 136. And then Tim Settle coming off of a foot injury at 193. Roy Lopez doesn't make the cut for the top 200. I think he's going to be one of the top 200 paid free agents. He's another guy I would throw in there. But yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Oh, Daquan Jones, I missed him. 77. He's not very good though. But.
No, he's not. Yeah,
I'm penciling in Hargrave in as a signing as of right now. I've heard some rumblings, heard some things that Gannon
seems like really a very bad kept secret.
Yeah, right. Yeah. They want him. They want him. And so we'll see what happens. But that's kind of where my gaze is right now in terms, okay, what's their plan? Because they need to do something, right? We all knew that defensive line, nose tackle prior to the Wooden deal, in my opinion, was like their top need. You could argue maybe center. But now it's like they're going to be laser focused at that. So it's interesting, another 30, 33 north of 30 type guy potentially coming in, new look Goody. We'll see.
I think what's really interesting is whether he's going to be an end or a tackle for us, right? Because he played 3 technique for Gannon, and the way the Packers D line is going to work now, right? In base, they're going to have a nose and they're going to have 2, 3 techniques. And then in nickel, they're going to have 1 of each, right? So I think Hargrave is a guy for sure you could play as the nickel nose. I don't know if you want him to play as the base nose. I think he's more of a 3 technique in base. So I think they could still have that need at nose tackle, even though that they sign him. I mean, I think there's room right now to add at D end and nose tackle positions. So
for sure,
Hargrave was a guy who didn't play nose until he got to Minnesota. Minnesota plays an aggressive, stunt-heavy defense where the nose tackle isn't even really a nose tackle. So I'm not surprised. And he was also paired with Jonathan Allen, who's another 3-technique guy, and he's bigger than Jonathan Allen. So if you're going to get him on the field, that's probably how you're going to do it. I could see them signing Hargrave and still going after like a Lopez or something like that too.
Could easily be the case. I do wonder with the Hargrave stuff. I don't think anything will change, but if Minnesota does catch some wind that like Green Bay is going to be the one to sign him, I do wonder if they, I don't think they'll change anything up or whatever, but do they try to maybe eat some contract and trade him elsewhere, make sure he doesn't end up, usually if you're ready to get rid of a guy, you're not really too concerned about him going to a division rival. If you liked him enough, you would just keep him, but a little bit. I think he's going to end up in Green Bay too, though.
Yeah, like what I haven't been following it super closely. Like why the waiting to release him? Like I don't see any triggers or anything in there.
They're waiting to see if they're going to be trade offers for Jones, Hargrave, or Jonathan Allen. So they're waiting to become cap compliant until Wednesday, is what it seems like. Because there's been all the reports that they're going to release these guys, but they haven't actually done it yet, right? Yeah. But again, they don't have to become cap compliant until Wednesday, as you obviously know.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there's something else out there. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think it's anything contractually. Yeah. I think they're just waiting until the finish line because I don't think they're going to be big spenders in free agency too. We've had them sign. They signed James Pierre, the corner, but outside of that, they haven't really been active in free agency.
Yeah.
Who signed Pierre?
The Vikings, I believe.
Oh, I missed that today. I did not see that one.
This was from Pro Football Talk.
Interesting.
Got on the consensus board at Acme Packing Company if you guys want to keep along with free agency, folks.
I've been busy, Justice. But no, that's definitely go check it out. Justice is doing a great job covering it over there. There was a question that came in, super chat that came in that I did want to talk about because I just think it's not the overall context, but I do kind of wonder what's going to happen with the Nixon situation because he did say, at the end of the year that, he kind of made some whispers of maybe a new contract and extension. He certainly thinks that he's a number one corner. Would not surprise me if he went to Green Bay saying, pay me. And I don't think Green Bay is going to have a huge appetite for doing that. So I am kind of curious what happens with that situation. If we're talking about like potential, like hold-ins, like bizarro contract situations, he kind of comes to the top of my mind as one that could be potentially a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, but they could drag it out too. I mean,
for sure.
Browns just signed Devin Bush. That's a will off the board, but not a Mike.
They need him because JOK
retired.
Yeah, well, he isn't yet, but he's gonna.
Yeah, I mean, he's
done.
Yeah, that sucks, man. He's a good player, man. I liked watching him.
Yeah,
like since he was a draft prospect.
Same.
But on the Nixon thing, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he wants to get paid. He is definitely getting paid less than what his market value would be, and that's been the case for 2 years now. Whether the Packers actually
when I look at his contract, I see it as a kick returner contract that he got that when he was also playing a little bit of corner, and then his role completely
I see it
changed.
as slot, but the slot market has moved a lot since then too. Yeah, I mean it's like double, tripled. So
yeah, because when that came through, I was like, even when it got signed, I was like, okay, that's decent. But yeah, then they've been moving him outside. But I just look at the depth chart everywhere.
It's going to be
cornerback line. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be anxious to want to throw more money at him. I'll just say that. You saw what they did with Elton Jenkins this last year, right? They basically they told us what was going to happen without saying it. Like, we think we got one more year with you. We're not going to commit to you long term, and they sat on it. And, and here we are. I tend to think that's what's going to happen with Nixon. But yeah, I agree with you, Andy. Like, if there's a player on this roster who might be a guy who does that holdout and doesn't show up and is making a lot of noise, Nixon's kind of the one that makes sense.
It was the Bears for Devin Bush.
Right?
It was the Bears for Devin Bush, by the way. I don't know if you said the Browns. He was formerly on the Browns. It's the Bears for Devin Bush. So he takes the place of Edmonds.
But Edmonds is a
Mike. Yeah. So, well, they have Edwards there too, who can play Mike, right? TJ Edwards.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So Edwards will play the Mike, and then Bush will play the Will. Would be my guess. So interesting day for them so far. They got their linebacker, they got their safety. They still have no pass rush though, so I'm fine with that.
They re-signed the special teams guy, and people made a bunch of Max Crosby jokes,
including me. That was definitely me as well. Sorry, what were we talking about before that? I already lost my train of thought. Sorry, there's a billion things going on.
Nixon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I hope they can avoid any other contract situations, but
I think they let it play out unless you end up swinging big on the Woolen and then you like get a high draft pick or something like that at the position. I think you let it play out, and he's going to be mad about it, and that's fine. Do you want the salary for this year in your contract to toll or not? Like, it is what it is. Elton Jenkins was in the same position last year.
Mm-hmm. Ralph would like a blocking tight end. I would like one too, Ralph. I don't know where it's going to come from though, because I don't think they're going to give up a comp pick for like a Charlie Kohler or do anything like that. So I don't know where it's going to come from, but I would very much like one as well.
People draft-wise talk about this Houston kid who's like 6'7", like 260. He might be a guy to watch out for. I haven't seen him. I haven't dove into the linebacker class or the tight end class yet. I will say the Chris Brooks re-signing is really interesting because they can do pretty specific things with him on special teams as a blocker, where he can basically play the tight end snaps as a protection guy or as a like on kickoffs, right? He could be like a run blocker on kickoffs. So he kind of gives them the freedom to not have the blocking tight end. But I do think that it makes sense to add a blocking tight end.
On special teams, it gives you the freedom to not have a blocking tight end. I'd still like that
on offense. Yeah, well, hey man, is Kennard getting tendered? Like, we might have a blocking tight end at home.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm a little kind of curious on too, is that we haven't heard anything about, the tenders, exclusive or restricted. I know we've heard a few things, a few little dribbles out there.
But ERFA isn't coming back.
Those haven't come through.
The only question I have is Kennard, because I think Kennard is the only one that they're actually could potentially pick up at $3.5 million.
Mm-hmm. But we also haven't heard the official, like, these are the cap rollover amounts too. Like, usually that we have that information by like a week or so. We don't have the official cap rollover. We don't have the official cap adjustments. So my number that I have that I'm playing with, I think last year there was like another $1 million of found money that came out of nowhere that like was on no one's radar, OTC, anyone. Like, oh, okay, so we got a little bit more to play with. But it could also go the opposite direction. So there's just a lot of things that usually we hear by now. And on the exclusive rights guys, usually those are like known, well before, like this time. So, or you at least hear like, yeah, they intend to, but the official transaction hasn't happened. So
and
there's a lot of kind of hurry up and wait.
Half of that $1 million that they found got that whole snap of Trayvon Diggs in the playoffs. So, it can really come in handy, when you need it most. Let's see. M Sports View says, I say sign a former Gannon defensive tackle like Hargraves, Tomlinson, or Calais. And I say trade your 3rd round pick in 2027 for a corner with with our comp picks. Got to find the right corner.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question I have. I'm not opposed to the idea.
I will say the name that I've been throwing out a lot that I like is Jerrion Jones from Jacksonville. They're going to play Hunter full-time at corner now. They just re-signed Monteric Brown today. Yeah. So they have some depth at that corner position. Obviously, if they were to like bring back Newsome, which I don't think they're going to, that would even be one more. But I think they have another draft pick that they spent there too. Well, they have Jordan Lewis is the other one. He's their nickel.
Oh, the slot. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have not a ton after that. They probably like having the depth, but right now Jerrion Jones is not in their sort of starting lineup. So that would be the name that I would be going after and saying like, hey, what would it take? What would it take for us to get Jerrion Jones out of your hands? And we will gladly take him and start him.
This is a side note. The full contract details from Malik Steele have released. He basically gets like the minimum salary year 1. And then his salary in 27 is 21.5 and it's fully guaranteed. So it is Malik Willis.
Oh, okay.
So that is a real 2-year contract and then basically like a option year in 28 for the Miami Dolphins. So it's kind of like a stretched out version of the Justin Fields deal, right? It's an extra year of guarantees for the Justin Fields deal, scaled up just a little bit.
Makes sense. What else has happened that you guys want to chime in on? There's been obviously a ton that's happened today so far. Anything shock you, surprise you? Anything that you're hoping for moving forward for the rest of the day?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the I just got similar publication, let's just say, of some of the deals that just came out, and so I'm just kind of scrolling through that, seeing if anything catches my eye.
Yeah.
What are the guarantees in the Mays contract compared to the Sean Ryan contract? That's the one I'm interested in looking at.
Well, we talked about a little bit with that with Jacob, and I think maybe Perry was at, but to get Mays around $8 million per year, Biotish was around $10 million per year, and Sean Ryan's at $11 million per year. I'm a little bit surprised that Ryan was the most expensive of those three. I don't hate it for Green Bay, but it is going to be interesting to kind of see how those, because I think they were all 3-year deals. And I think again, 11 for Ryan per 10 for Biotish, 8-ish for Mays. Those will be 3 interesting ones to keep an eye on.
Yeah, the only one I see that's come through is Sean Ryan. Everything else is kind of pending.
I do think it's interesting. I think the media was off on the Cade Mays hype. I don't think the NFL had the same app. I mean, obviously, it's easy to say that now with the contract and stuff. But Andy, I've read texts that I had from people in Carolina who are not too hot on the potential of Cade Mays. He was a practice squad guy in 2024. He didn't start this year as a starter. That's a very similar profile to Sean Ryan. And Sean Ryan, I think, fits the Packers scheme specifically better. I mean, he's bigger than any center that you're going to get in this draft. He is a people mover. He was above average at that. You know, you could look at his run grades at PFF and all that stuff this past year. So I think just in terms of the scheme fit, I'm perfectly fine giving him that money. Plus the center market after this Linderbaum deal, the fallout and the trickle down that we're going to get from it, it's the center market's going to explode.
I'm right there with you. I have no issue with it whatsoever. Adam said Christian Watson straight up for the Pats defensive tackle. Barmore, no, thank you. I would not have interest in that.
Barmore has legal issues that they convinced the DA to push until after the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Ken, sounds like you might need to head out for a little bit.
Yeah. I'll probably sneak out here. I got some other things I gotta attend to, unfortunately, but I might sneak on later if duty calls.
All right, sounds good. Well, if there's anything that comes up or if you want to come back and chat, you're more than welcome. But thanks for sticking around for a bit and chatting with us. And tell us all about the new YouTube channel before you go.
Oh, yeah. I've been doing some YouTube, by popular demand. People have been asking me, hey, where are you going to do it? I would love to see it. So I've been nerding out, jumping into the spreadsheets. People seem to be enjoying it, going in depth. So if you want to head on over there, it's, find me, same thing at Ken Ingalls, same as on Twitter, X, where you can always find me, and been diving in. I'm sure I might, put something out there later today once we kind of get kind of a day one recap. So we'll see.
Awesome.
Ken,
go check it out.
This is the first time we've gotten to speak face to face. You are an angel. Thank you for saving us so much, man. There's a different world where I'm having to crunch all these numbers, and I definitely would have gone down that rabbit hole, but it's so much easier to just lean on your wisdom.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's this weird hobby that for some reason I enjoy, and it takes a rare breed, I guess, and I'm happy to be that guy. So yeah,
I get asked quite a bit about people like how they get into talking about the Packers or how you can do something, and I often reference you of saying like you've got to find something that is different or that you can bring to the table that people have a quest of knowledge for, but isn't out there now, or is, because if you just say like, I want to talk Packers, well, good freaking luck. There's a billion people that are talking Packers, everything. For me, I did the grades. Like it was one of the things that I got in is I'm going to do the grades into that. Like that's going to be a thing. And then you can kind of branch out from there. But you've done a fantastic job, obviously, with that, and obviously can speak very knowledgeably to all things Green Bay Packers. But kudos to you. And like Justice said, thank you for all your work, my friend.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
You bet. Talk to you later. All right. Go follow him, of course, at Ken Ingalls, both on YouTube and over on social media as well. M Sports View also said, could we sign Tre'Davious White or Rasul Douglas? They could. Not sure that's the direction they want to go in, but they could, Justice.
The Packers don't like old players, and the position, I would argue that age is the worst is cornerback because of the athleticism that it takes. And the Gannon system specifically makes you want to go after corners who can run really well. I don't see it.
What did you think of the Eric Stokes deal today? 3 years, 30.
It's kind of a hedge deal, right? Because we've talked about how like true starting cornerbacks, like even if they're coming off of a broken leg, like Paulson Adebo was last year, they're getting 18. So it's a sign that the market didn't really think Stokes was a for sure true corner. But shout out to them for getting him locked down on a 3-year deal. I mean, they took a shot, and if it works out, I mean, he's got a ceiling on how much he can make for the next 3 years. So I'm surprised on his end that he didn't sign it as a 1-year deal, right? I mean, I know this is what you brought up with Enigbare, and you're like, I'm surprised he didn't sign a multi-year contract. But if you're a player like in the Stokes position, right, wouldn't you want to sign the 1 year, $10 million, and then prove it again, and then maybe your market is a little stronger, you're making 18 per and all that stuff?
With his injury history, maybe not, but yeah, if
maybe,
yeah, that's.
I mean, I'd have to look at the guarantees too and see like how much of that is like real money in years 2 and 3 and stuff like that. But
3 years, $60.4 million for Mike Evans. That is a hefty salary. That is a ton of money.
Ton. I mean, player-friendly contract. Fair to say, there's a lot of team-friendly contracts that get branded out there. This is a player-friendly contract. If you're going to age and you want to just compile more yards, probably good to lock down a seat in the starting lineup with a Kyle Shanahan offense, I would think.
Let me ask you this. I know it's still early and we don't have all the contract details. Has there been a contract yet where you're like, oh, that's a good deal? Like that's because this is usually stupid money day where like just crazy stuff gets thrown around.
Yeah.
Has there been anything that you've seen where you're like, oh, as an NFL team, that would have really interested me. I really like that deal for the team. I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah. I mean, Linderbaum, it just is what it is.
It's a crazy deal.
I'm trying to look. I mean, you know the strategy that I actually really liked so far, and this is probably the closest thing that we're going to get to it right now. Well, I think the Stokes one is up there too, but I like what the Jets have done with the edge position because they're going to be a man-heavy defense. What that means is your pressure is coming from sending volume, not the quality of your pass rushers, right? So you don't really need those pass rushers to be really good pass rush, like those edge rushers to be really good pass rushers. You just kind of need them to play defense in the run game. And they locked up Osai and Enigbare for pretty cheap.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Like
and
they didn't break the bank.
I'm sorry if you said this, but we saw with Seattle two of those guys just rotating ends through too, and it obviously worked well for them this past year. And I do think that makes. I kind of like low key what the Jets have done, getting Demario Davis, Minkah Fitzpatrick, the two ends. They have the money. They need to revamp that defense. They had no interceptions a year ago. They need to do something, and starting with defense with Aaron Glenn is probably the right way to go.
So Keaton Mitchell isn't getting the RFA tender from the Baltimore Ravens. That is important because we had Keaton Mitchell in on a pre-draft visit a couple years ago. So we were interested in Keaton Mitchell, and then I believe he signed as an undrafted free agent with the. Yeah, I mean he must have because he's an RFA. So that's the guy that I could actually. What was that?
Kick returner too, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean he's a little water bug. So I think for the most part we're not in the market for like pass catchers out of the backfield, and our change of pace is Chris Brooks comes in and blocks somebody. But Keaton Mitchell is a guy who has history in Green Bay. The other guy, I think I mentioned him yesterday at the end of the episode, Andy, was Matt Locke, the fullback out of the Chargers. He's a 300-pounder, also plays defensive tackle. Helps a lot on like the kick return unit specifically for that team. And the Chargers got Ingold because he followed McDaniel from Miami to Los Angeles. So you would think Matt Locke is going to end up out of the mix at some point. So Matt Locke and Keaton Mitchell are the first guys who are like former Packers visitors, which they target at a extremely high rate when they're available, who actually became available, surprisingly. So
I'm 99.9% sure this is true, but correct me if I'm wrong. Non-tendered RFAs
they don't count in the comp pick formula, so like we don't get an extra swing with Emmanuel Wilson, but this also means that Keaton Mitchell doesn't count as a compensatory free agent either.
Yeah. So. Interesting one there. I would love Keaton Mitchell. Although Jeremy Fowler already said watch for the Giants. Obviously Harbaugh in New York.
Harbaugh. So great. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, give me Roberto says Murphy Bunting, if he's cut, Gannon coached him.
Possible. I just want to pull up his height and weight just to make sure. Yeah, possible. Yeah.
How did PFF grade him last year? Not that it is the be all end all, but just curious.
I'll look up NFL Pro. You look up PFF.
All right, Sean Murphy Bunting. Oh, did he not play last year? He was out all last year, right?
He dealt with the injury.
Yeah, he was out. He didn't play a single snap. He had a 56.5 grade in 2024 with the Cardinals. Did not play a snap last year. Former second-round pick, 39th overall.
Yeah, the Cardinals spent so much money, man. I mean, the Malik thing, like he didn't have every team that needs a quarterback. Like their just entire franchise is just in a messed up spot.
Yep. Yeah, Dolphins were probably, and even they had issues.
Yeah, Dolphins had issues. Well, passer rating wise, Sean Murphy Bunting pretty good in 2024 per NFL Pro. I mean, the passer rating allowed is 79.2.
PFF had him at 81.4, so similar.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe I haven't necessarily watched I haven't watched the film for 24. Was just mostly watching 25. So yeah, I mean it's a possibility for sure. Wouldn't offset a comp pick if he ends up getting released. So
is he 6 foot 195, 6 foot 200?
That plays.
Checks the boxes. Checks the boxes.
It's a little on the lower end for what Green Bay looks for, but still in their range. So
it came up here somewhere and I lost it. So my apologies for who asked the question, but somebody just asked, hey, is Green Bay going to do anything? And, we've talked about this a little bit already, Justice, but I think today is going to be, unless it's a Reek Woolen. Yeah. I don't think today's going to be anything super crazy for Green Bay.
The money, the cap space, that is not the problem at this point, especially now that they got a pick for Rashan Garry. The issue is going to be offsetting these comp picks, guys. Because if you sign a guy, it means not only do you have to sign, it's not just the dollar value of that guy's contract. You're turning a 3rd round pick into a 6th round pick potentially if you're signing top of the market players. So that's where things get really tricky. I actually think, Andy, the Packers can sign a guy up to a 5th round value and cancel the Anibare pick. Because the order of operations is equal value, lower value, and then if there's not lower value, then it cancels a higher value. So the way it's, at least if Quay and Romeo get the type of deals that we think, right, the like 13 million or more, right?
Yep.
They can sign a guy for like 12.
I'm also not like, listen, if you like the guy enough, it's a 4th to a 5th. This is not the end of the world if your comp pick goes from a 4th to a 5th round pick. Like, obviously, I would
the backstop is the 6th.
But sorry, so but my point is, if they sign somebody for a little bit higher, and it cancels out one of the 4th round comp picks, and then you would still get the 5th round.
That would be 4th to 6th.
Okay.
Because it cancels out in the Anibare one backfill.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's why I kind of think if they're going to swing, you should swing big. The problem is you look at the market and the Packers' area of needs, and it's like, okay, so we're talking about Tariq Woolen specifically at this point. I mean, coming into the day, I would have said Woolen or Watson, but now Woolen. But I think they could sign a guy in like the $12 million range and basically not be penalized by the league for it. I do think the team is going to be aggressive in cap casualties, but all the cap casualties haven't been officially executed yet. That's going to happen on Wednesday. That's not going to happen on Monday, folks. And I think they'll be active in the trade market too if something becomes available. One way or the other. I could see them sending guys out. I could see them picking guys up.
Somebody just posted in chat, Kennard back. I don't know if that was something that happened or if that is a question. He said Kennard back. I don't know if that's a question or if that's something that came out. I haven't seen anything come out about Kennard. So
saw a guy with the handle Insider NFL News tweeted that, but no one else has.
Okay. But I'm sure Insider NFL News has got to the bottom of it. Oh, McAfee just announced it. Pat McAfee's talking about Darian Kennard. But why is Pat McAfee talking about Darian Kennard? 1 year, $1.55 million deal. If that's the deal,
No chance. That number's wrong. No disrespect to Dak Robbins. I'm not disrespecting you. That's just
3.75 million. Okay, yes. So a little bit.
Okay, above. That sounds so north of the tender number. They could have just tendered him.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense either. Why would they not just tender him?
They could tender him at 3.5.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either.
I'm gonna hop out real quick. I gotta write this up. I'll be back though. All
right, sounds good. I'll talk to you in a little bit, Justice. Yeah, that's a weird contract number, because you would think again that it would just be, here we go. So Schneidman just posted it as well about it being on Pat McAfee show. 1 year deal worth, so it's up to $3.75 million. All right, so up to $3.75 million is doing the lifting here. So my guess is it's compromised. So they didn't want to give him the tender, but they wanted to get him back. So it's probably like a 1 year, like $2.5 million deal that escalates $1 million more if he starts a certain amount of games or something like that. So, because otherwise, if it's 3.75 makes no sense, because they could have tendered him at 3.5. So the up to here is what's going to do the heavy lifting. It's probably less than what the tender would have been, but with incentives to get it more, so it works out for both sides. So that makes sense. Good player to get back. I was lower probably. So this was probably one of the bigger discrepancies between PFF and I this past year, is how we graded Darian Kinnard. For me, I had Darian Kinnard as a negative 4.35 grade, which was the second worst grade on the team behind only Rasheed Walker. Actually, those were probably the two biggest discrepancies of anybody from a Packers standpoint, because Rasheed Walker for PFF had a grade of 63, which is, so 60 is their average. 63 would be slightly above average. 0 would be my average. So they gave Rasheed a slightly above average grade of 63. I had a negative 5.25, worst on offense for Rasheed. So big discrepancy there. The other one was Darian Kinnard, who, again, I had as a negative 4.35, and they had as a 65.6. So again, they were above average on Darian Kinnard, and I had him well below average. So those were two of the bigger discrepancies that PFF and I had. I still think that this is a solid move for Green Bay. Tackle versatility, guard versatility. They put him as that sixth offensive lineman, as basically the jumbo tight end. And I do think he'll, get better a second year in the system as well. So I'm totally cool with this. And it's just really, really, really difficult to find depth along the offensive line. And when Kinnard did start, while it wasn't good, it wasn't catastrophic. And that may seem like a very low bar to set. But so as an example, back in the day when Green Bay had to put Jason Spriggs or specifically like Alex Light in to start on the offensive line, it was catastrophic. There was just a turnstile. You had an offensive lineman that might as well have not been there. It was really, really bad. You couldn't win with that player. With Kinnard, it was bad, but it wasn't where like, oh my God, we can't make it through this game. And there is a difference between those two things. So again, I'm not a huge Kinnard guy, but at that value, I do think that he has, right around $3.5 million value. So yeah, or $3.75 million value. No issue with that whatsoever. What am I doing with the offensive line? I'm doing nothing with them, but what I expect is basically going to be Jordan Morgan at left tackle, Banks left guard, Sean Ryan at center, Belton at right guard, and then Zach Tom at right tackle. Your top backups for now are going to be Darian Kinnard, Travis Glover, Jacob Monk. You have John Williams, Donovan Jennings is kind of some flyer players that they'll see if they can get anything out of those two. And I would expect probably at least one, if not two or three offensive linemen taken in the draft as well to add some competition and future, depth to that room. And then you have those guys kind of fight it out. And it wouldn't shock me if the 5 starters, Glover, Monk, and then Kinnard with 2 rookies is probably your 10 for next year, would be my guess. Let's see. Zion Johnson to the Browns. Interesting pickup for them. The Browns need a basically full entire offensive line, so it doesn't surprise me that they were in the offensive line market. Yeah, 3 years, 49.5. Interesting deal there. So there's your big Packers news. Packers get Darian Kinnard back as an offensive lineman. What more did you want today? They got a 4th round pick for Rashan Garry. Not a nothing day for the Packers whatsoever. Yeah, Bears did get Devin Bush. We talked about that a little bit. What are the highlights of the bank's restructure? We don't know the full restructure yet, but basically it's that they are saving money this year against the salary cap. And then from there, they are, kicking money into the future, which makes it more likely that he is retained, not just this year. Of course, he's staying this year, but more likely that he's retained next year in 2027 as well. What is my longest stream so far? Thanks for giving me something to listen to while working. I can probably find this out pretty easily. I'm assuming it's a draft day stream for sure. The Micah one went long, but I don't think it was as long as a draft day stream. But I can probably search this. All right, Pack a Day podcasts. All right, videos live. Can I sort them? Latest. Oh no, I can't search by length. I don't know then. I would assume it would be a draft day stream. I would assume I could have searched by length, but I guess not. Put your GM cap on. What are you doing on defense? Mantis Toboggan. I wish I had a good answer to this. I really, really do. I don't like the corner market. I'm not a big Reek Woolen guy. Jamel Dean is a player that I liked, but he's injured and older. I'm not sure I would have done that either if I were Green Bay. I don't love the corners that are out there right now. I don't love the pickup of Franklin. It's fine, but I don't love it. And I don't love the defensive linemen that are out there. Green Bay's finding themselves in a difficult position right now where two of their biggest positions of need at corner and defensive line are not great positions to need right now. I do think Hargrave makes some sense with his familiarity in the system. I do wish, especially now knowing that the Tennessee Titans did in fact trade away Devondre Sweat, I wish Green Bay was involved in that conversation. I think he would have been perfect. I don't know what they would have had to have given up. Maybe the Titans really wanted a player and they, Johnson is a player that, can go in and start right away for Tennessee. So maybe that's just the going rate, and then they don't have a first round pick. So I think they can, help attack, defensive tackle and corner a little bit on day 2 of the draft with their round 2 and round 3 picks. But I'm really aggressively calling Jacksonville for Jerry and Jones. I probably do pick up Javon Hargrave. And then I'm really taking a look at the nose tackle market to see if I can add, one more piece in there. Maybe it's a Dalvin Tomlinson and hope that he bounces back, or, maybe you find something else. But those are probably the type of players that I'm kind of looking at right now. Yeah, I'd rather have Craig Newsome than Greg Newsome. That's funny. Just got here. Anything exciting? Thanks, Andy. They re-signed Darian Kennard. If you missed it from earlier, they traded away Rashan Garry for a 4th round pick. A lot of big signings throughout the league. Mike Evans is a 49er. Malik Willis is a Miami Dolphin. Kingsley Enagbare is a Jet. And we still do not know anything on Romeo Doubs, Quay Walker, or what else am I missing? I know there's always 6, and I'm always missing one of them somewhere around. So Romeo Doubs, Quay Walker, or my God, who am I missing? Malik, Romeo, Enagbare, Dobbs, Walker. Oh, the other Walker, Rashid. So we haven't heard anything on Rashid yet either. Always miss one, and it's always somebody different every single time. Thank you for those of you who piped in with Rashid. Yeah, again, trading for Carter, I just don't know that they're going to get in that conversation easily. If they can, great. I'm totally cool with that. John Franklin Myers is fine. I'd be fine with them looking at John Franklin Myers. He's going to be one of the 3-4 defensive ends he can kick inside. I think you're going to talk about like $20 million for him when he gets his contract. Maybe I'm wrong, and if he's cheaper, sure, go for it. But I think he's going to be out of price range, and I don't think he's exactly what Green Bay needs at this point in time. So, I don't think I'd go in that direction. Look who's back. You want anything to do with John Franklin Myers? I
don't think he really fits the scheme. The problem is it's going to be really hard to have him and Carl Brooks on the team at the same time, to kind of like undersized penetrating 3 techniques. John Franklin Myers makes a lot of sense if you need pass rushing production out of the 3 tech and you can kind of like protect stuff around him. That's kind of not what we're running. We kind of need run stoppers up front, and he's going to be behind Devontae Wyatt at 3 tech, and we already have Carl Brooks kind of backing him up, and Brinson can play the position too. And, I'm talking about that specifically in the nickel sets. We need another end, but I think the end that they're looking for is going to be a, more of a run stopper for base sets. And that's not really his game. There's talent there for sure. I don't see how it meshes in Green Bay really. Unless they move off of Wyatt. If they move off of Wyatt, it makes sense. But if they're going to keep Wyatt, it doesn't make sense.
I had somebody ask me to put my GM hat on and what I would do if I were Green Bay at this point in time to kind of, juice up the defense or fix the defense. If you are, if you're putting on your GM hat, Justice, what is sort of your, what are your biggest hopes right now for Green Bay and how you would kind of go about filling out this defense?
When Javon Hargrave becomes available on Wednesday, go sign him. He's going to help you as a nickel nose, and he's going to help you as a base end in base defense. And then offset the compensatory draft pick. If you think there's a corner out there who's not going to get top end of the market and who's going to sign for that like $12 million-ish range or something like that, go for them. If you can't find that guy, you offset the compensatory draft pick by go grabbing a guy like a Roy Lopez to play nose tackle for you, right? The team basically gets one swing at a compensatory free agent. So that's what I would look for. That's what I would do. Whether you think it's a nose or you think it's a corner for that compensatory swing, up to you. I think there's an argument for like a guy like a Job who's kind of catching on fire recently, but hasn't been super consistent. He, has a lot of traits that the Packers would like. He's already played in that system in Seattle, stuff like that. But I'm really focusing more on the defensive line being a bigger need than the cornerback position. Another thing I would want to add, Andy, I think I kind of figured out the up to $3.25 million with Kennard.
Yeah, we were just talking about that too. But
he
yeah,
probably signed for less than the tender, but then they gave him the playing time opportunity to make up the money. Yep. Is basically what they got down to. So I'm assuming that's what we're going to end up getting.
Yeah, somebody asked about Jamel Dean. Jamel Dean already signed with the Steelers, so he is off the board. Bob Wellington. Yeah, so he's not available anymore. It was like $12 million per year, I think is what it was on like a 3-year deal.
He's an older guy. Yeah.
Yep.
Consensus draft board updated on APC. If you guys want to keep along with who's available, who isn't at this point.
Just giving a thumbs up to Ray that I'm doing my best to stay hydrated. Justice got it too. I haven't had this one before. Is that a Red Bull?
Ice vanilla bean Red Bull. Yeah.
How is it?
It's okay. It's very sugary. I don't know.
Is that you said an iced vanilla bean? Is it a coffee thing or just
no?
Weird.
Artificially flavored.
No way.
Yeah.
It's not natural.
You can believe it.
I cannot believe it. I thought that was directly from a plant. Just took a vanilla bean and squeezed it right into a Red Bull can. Oh, what else we got, Justice? Anything else that I'm missing that we should be talking about?
Zion Johnson signed for a good amount of money. John Franklin Myers is off the board now.
Ooh, Titan?
$21 million.
Yeah, Titans for sure. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense in that scheme. We talk about that scheme a lot, right? It's what Hafley used to run. You have to get pressure with your front four. Definitely has way more value in Tennessee than it does in Green Bay right now.
21 mil per. Whew.
That's a lot. That's a lot for a guy who, like in an ideal world, he's a specialist, but I get why you have to start him.
Let's talk Hargrave again for a moment, because let's say he does come available, which is the expectation. What are the contracts that he's looking for, and how much are you willing to pony up for one Javon Hargrave?
Let me see if he has any guarantees left on his contract, because he might be a guy who's willing to sign for like a minimum. It might be a Kyler Murray type of situation if he has guaranteed money left, right?
Nice.
Spot Track. Could you load any slower, dude?
Yeah, everyone's on Spot Track and over the counter today.
$4 million of his 26 salary is guaranteed, Andy.
Okay.
So if he gets less than $4 million, he'd rather just take the minimum because it leaves the Vikings on the hook.
I bet he gets more than that.
I think he's gonna get more.
Well, all of the guys that got released. I mean, what did who is the 49ers defensive tackle? Kinlaw. What did Kinlaw go for last year? That's a different age bracket.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, he went for a lot of money though, and that was That was crazy. Yeah, that was nuts. He never should have gotten that money.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing, but yeah, Kinlaw got a crazy deal. Yeah, what was it?
I don't know, like ballpark.
3 years, 45. 3 years, 45. And he was 28. I mean, again, Hargrave is older, but
and he was terrible in San Francisco.
Tackles, just everyone getting released or whatever are going. I mean, Slayton went for $7 million, so there's no way to me that he's going less than anything like that.
Well, he's older.
Yes, he's older. Even still. Well, what did Hargrave
my number? I would have guessed 8. Like 8 is probably around the range.
Hargrave was a year younger last year, and he signed for 2 years, 30.
Yeah, but he's getting cut. I mean, he's not.
Yeah. He had a bad year.
Anymore.
He had a bad year, and he's a year older for sure. All right. We need to no more Christian Wilkins talk. When Christian Wilkins gets,
I don't know if he's healthy. I think because basically what it sounded like, right, is that he didn't want to have a surgery. The Raiders wanted him to have a surgery. They had enough standing at least to where they could void his guarantees. He hasn't gotten those guarantees back, right? And who knows if that foot injury is actually fixed or he's going to eventually have to have the surgery before he returns to the NFL field. I don't know.
When I hear that a single team has brought in Christian Wilkins for a visit, even just a visit, when I hear one team is like, oh, because here's what's going to happen. One of the Rappaports, Schefters are going to say Christian Wilkins is in the best shape of his life and is now looking for a new NFL team. When I hear anything like that, we can talk about Christian Wilkins. Until then, no more Christian Wilkins talk. Tremaine Edmonds off the board. He is a New York Giant. Do you want to play the game of how much you think he got?
Oh,
3-year deal. I'll give you that 3-year deal.
Did he get like 12 per?
Exactly. Well done. 3 years, 36.
Let's go. I'm pretty good at this, man. I know a market. It's not that hard to feed. Andy, the ideal role. I was walking around actually when I was going to the corner store to grab this and a bunch of Zen this morning. I was walking around and I was like, man, the best job in the world might be these NFL contract guys because you're really only negotiating like 4 of them a year.
Yes.
And they're so easy to figure out. They're not that hard to figure
out. So apparently Bunting got his deal reworked a day ago. So I guess that's not going to happen.
Okay. All right. Well, that's one off the board.
Iced vanilla and coconut Red Bull are best, hands down. All right. I don't
love this one. I'm going to be honest. I'm usually the yellow Red Bull.
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
But they're out of the yellows today. So
I'm a Mountain Dew Kickstart guy. So I stay out of the Red Bull. I do also like the, what's the white can zero sugar Monster? That one too is
that's what Tyler was talking about when I was on his stream. He was like,
that's a go-to too.
Arden Key got less than Kingsley and Egbare, which is interesting because it's up to $20 million over 2 years. Kingsley got the 10. So Charlie Kohler just signed for, if I'm looking at this, it's like 7.5. Is it 8?
3 years, 24.
Yeah, it is 8. My bad.
I said that he was going to get, I was talking to Bukowski about this online. I said he was going to get the Vikings, who's their backup tight end deal, the run blocker, Josh Oliver. I said he was going to get the Josh Oliver deal, and that's basically the Josh Oliver deal.
It's not that hard to figure out contracts, man. I really should have worked in contracts instead of scouting. Maybe I'd still be.
You got to get your agent. Go to Sports Management Worldwide and get your.
No. I'll work contracts for teams. I'm not working with an agency.
You want to be Russ Ball?
It might be the best job in the world, dude.
Me and Ken, we can start we'll be a triumvirate of cap guys that go to a team, and we'll do it for half the salary that Russ Ball's getting. I
was in a group chat the other day with like some analytics guys who work with teams, and then like one of them's like a trainer, one of them's a trainer with the team, one of them is a college track guy, and we were talking about the analytics and how dumb some of these GPS things are, and like the player tracking from the film, which is how they're doing all the data from like college stuff. And I was like, folks, if we put our brains together, we could scan the NFL for like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year because they're just doing things in such a dumb way. I'm 2020, maybe not 26, But I might start making the plan in 2026, get the ball rolling in 2027. That might be the year of scammer justice because there's so much money out there and these jobs aren't that hard.
It's Doyle Brunson said it's immoral to let a sucker keep his money. So, go take all the suckers for anything you can, I guess. Texans got Dominique Robinson, 1 year, $4 million.
Yeah, cheap deal.
Okay.
He's like a teams guy.
I'm so interested to see edge and defensive tackle for Green Bay. Again, I think today is going to be probably pretty quiet, but I do think it's going to heat up pretty quick as they look to upgrade those spots when they can.
Yeah, I think, again, this is the thing that I said and I've been saying for, 2 weeks now, is I think they're going to be really mindful of those comp picks. So they're going to try to find the workarounds around the comp picks, and then they either have to decide if they're going to just offset the Enagbare pick or if they're going to blow it out. And there's the blowout options are becoming fewer and fewer by the hour. What I think is really interesting, the top young I guess Bush would have maybe counted as a young linebacker, right? Even though he had already signed a second contract. Those guys aren't the guys who are not moving right now. Devin Lloyd, Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean, Chenal. I don't know if the market just moved up too much in 2025 and everyone got 15 per to be a starting linebacker, and teams are a little bit more hesitant now, and there's options for older guys who will sign for cheaper, like Edmonds, Davis, Anzalone. Wagner is still out there. I don't know what's happening with the linebacker market.
Sometimes it takes that top guy to sign for those, like if Lloyd all of a sudden gets signed and then all of a sudden you have a domino of like boom, 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 they're right off the board. But that first one hasn't on the top level hasn't hit yet. So but maybe it's going to go in the opposite direction. Maybe all the lowers and then now Chanel will sign and then, so on and so forth. Maybe it's going to go in that direction.
Maybe. And why the tackle? There hasn't been a tackle signed yet.
Yeah, no Luminor, no Rasheed Walker.
Decker, Braden Smith, Braxton. I mean, I don't know if that's been executed yet. Braxton Jones, Jonah Williams, Jawan Taylor. I don't know if that one's been executed.
No, yeah. That's crazy.
There's been no movement at tackle.
Linebacker, I understand. Tackle, I'm surprised by.
Well, maybe the tackle thing, like everyone's just waiting for Trent and seeing if San Francisco's actually going to have to move away from Trent, right? So,
Justice, sign me up. I want Trent Williams in Green Bay. It's going to be impossible to happen.
Sure. Doug, it's a Forest Ballot Hall of Fame. That's the best tackle I've ever seen in my life. I don't care what age he is. So, yeah, if you want to be the Trent Williams team, I will not be complaining. I know that we have a starting offensive line right now. If we need to displace someone, we'll do it. Flott just signed 3 years, $45 million. So that's $15 million per for a corner who's like 170 pounds.
Where'd he go to?
Titans. Weird fit. Usually those schemes like bigger corners, right? I mean, he's playing in the Richard Sherman scheme.
The Titans have signed directly people who have had either Saleh or Dable connections to so far.
True. Yeah, a lot of Giants guys are ending up.
A lot of Giants guys, a lot of...
and the Giants are fine with letting them walk because they're all just backfilling with Ravens guys right now.
Yeah, so Robert Saleh guys have been Jermaine Johnson and John Franklin Myers, and they picked both of those up. And Dable guys have been Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, Mitch Trubisky, and now Flott. I mean, Flott's not going to play for Dable on the offensive side, but literally every one of their pickups have been either somebody that's played for Dable or Saleh.
It's interesting, right?
It's a connections league.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is why
we try to hammer some of the Gannon stuff where it's like, this guy's been a Gannon. This guy's been with Gannon.
Looks like J.K. Dobbins back with the Broncos. He tweeted out #home with a picture of him on the Broncos. So I would assume we can put 2 and 2 together there. I'm surprised
Here's a fun story. I have a fun J.K. Dobbins story. During the pandemic, there was some KD had some trading card website thing. It was like stock exchange, but for like sports cards. Okay. And I put $200 in it, and it let you pick what cards you want. And it was like an investment thing. They hold on to the cards, but the benefit was they hold on to the cards. So you could trade them without having to
physically have it.
Send them in different places and pay for the shipping and all sorts of stuff. Right. It was a market. Andy, half of that 200 was spent on J.K. Dobbins rookie cards, and they're just sitting there right now. I don't think I've made a move on that website since I put $200 in on it. But there's a website out there, I don't even remember what it's called, where I own like 60 something J.K. Dobbins rookies. It is so dumb. I was so bored during the pandemic, Doug.
Today's the day to cash out. Sell your J.K. Dobbins stock.
I'm in group chats. They make fun of me all the time. Anytime any J.K. Dobbins thing happens, they're like, "Your guy."
Oh, it's amazing. GB Gary says, so we thought the O-line was a problem last year. Can't run block well enough, but the Packers seem to be standing pat. So no improvement. What the hell?
The run blocking improved when Ryan moved to center and Belton moved to guard.
Yep.
Not enough. Not enough, but it did improve. They expect these guys to develop. And I think this is the front office saying, you have the players. You have the players. Go develop them, coaches.
We talked about
the crosshairs are on, but Luke Butkus survived in the season. Congratulations. You are firmly in the crosshairs for all of 2026.
Very much so. And we talked about it yesterday. It seems like guys are now in the right spots, which can help. And if Banks and Tom can be healthy, that can really help. That's the spin on it, is certainly that Morgan can be a better left tackle, that Banks can be healthy, that Ryan can be a better center, that, what's his face at right guard, Belton can be better in a full year at guard and in year 2 in general, and that Tom can be healthy. And that's where your upgrade's going to come from.
For sure. And I think we've already seen it with Morgan, and we started seeing it with Belton and Ryan, at least in terms of the people moving. Now the consistency isn't there, right? But at least you're hoping that the consistency evens out down the stretch. Bengals signed Brian Cook, so that's top 2 safeties are off the market now.
Yep.
Seems like he got significantly more than Kobe Bryant.
Interesting. That's not super surprising to me. But
no, it was a little higher. Like the last big safety is probably Brisker, because like Kevin Byard is like top 50.
Nick Cross is still out there, right?
Yeah, Nick Cross is right after him. Jalen Thompson, who's a former Gannon guy, but I don't
think Thompson signed. Maybe he didn't. I thought I saw somebody was interested. Thompson? I think. Yeah, I thought somebody was maybe it was just like they're interested in Jalen Thompson. I don't know if it was a signing. Zach Tom only played 604 snaps a season ago. And obviously, who?
Alontae Taylor. So we're not walking into that one.
That was the next question. Can you both give your thoughts on Alontae Taylor? Easy enough. He's a Titan.
Dude, super up and down guy. Woo! He got 20 million per. Holy crap.
No way.
Super up and down. Has played inside, has played outside. I think he's a way better nickel than he is as an outside guy.
42 mil fully guaranteed. That is my early winner for worst deal of the day so far. That is my I think leader in the clubhouse by far for worst deal of the day.
Dude, so the Titans have signed, so they're playing the old Seahawks scheme, the Legion of Boom scheme. And you have a nickel and 170 pounder.
What are we doing? Wow. I don't know what we're doing.
Like this. I don't like that at all.
The Titans every year just figure out some way to overspend on somebody, and then they're immediately pissed off about it. Whatever happened to do they still have the guy from the Chiefs that Snead? What is Snead up to? Is he still on the Titans?
Let me look it up.
Did they cut him finally? I know they were gonna cut him, but I don't know if they ever did.
He's on. Yeah, he's on.
So they still have L'Jarius Sneed too, huh?
I mean, I assume they're gonna move off of him. They just paid 2 corners a bunch of money. Unless they're did they pay Alontae $20 million to play the slot? No way.
No
way. He's not Kyle Hamilton. So someone's got to go. Multiple people got to go, maybe.
Sneed's been terrible. He'd be an interesting reclamation project, but he's 29 years old. Yeah, that's a crazy deal. Yeah. Would Bradley Chubb be good opposite Micah Parsons? You want into the Bradley Chubb business?
So he is a cap casualty.
Just really quick, Josh Jobe back to Seattle, so he's off the market as well. Corners are starting to go fast.
So they're probably not going to
resign Woolen.
Woolen then.
Yeah, 3 years, 24 for Jobe.
That's pretty cheap, right? So that would have been $8 million. So that could have been the offset for the Kingsley if we wanted to do it. And I think he would have been the guy who made most sense in that price range.
I would have so much rather had Josh Jobe at 3 years 24 than Alante at 3 years 60. It's not even fun.
Dog.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Connie wants Jalen Carter.
I don't think Carter is going to be in the market anymore. I think Carter was in the market because Philadelphia was trying to figure out how to keep Jalen Phillips. And now that Jalen Phillips has signed elsewhere, I don't think that offer stands. I also don't know how much it would take. So we're talking Jalen Carter, the contract, plus probably the next 2 year second-round picks, plus Devontae Wyatt, and then plus maybe a player like Jaden Reed. It probably would have been – it's too rich for my blood.
I don't know what I hate losing Wicks means. Wicks is still on the team for now. So I'm not sure what that part means.
Yeah.
For now.
Again, it would have to be a price that makes sense for Green Bay. I don't think that they have to move him or anything.
Adam wants to trade.
He's not on a contract. He's a free agent.
Who's a free agent?
Oh, I thought it was Christian Wilkins. My bad.
Oh, yeah. No, Christian Watson.
I think it would take
Dexter Lawrence.
Would that be all it takes?
I'm going to say yes, actually. I think that's actually kind of in the realm of fairness. Like everyone's mileage, anytime you get a deal like that, right? Anybody that's pro Dexter Lawrence is going to say the Packers have to throw in stuff. Anybody that's pro Packers is going to say the Giants are going to have to throw in stuff.
If that's the price, let's talk. Let's talk. Yeah.
I need to see where Lawrence is at from a cap standpoint. There was a little bit of Dexter Lawrence buzz, but I don't think he's going to go anywhere. He is
I don't think so.
29 years old. Would it come over with an $18.5 or $19.5 million cap hit this year?
So we need a clear. We would need a. Well, what's the cash breakdown? He's due $20 million in cash. We'd need to clear about $11 million in cap space.
Yeah.
So
it's not impossible.
Maybe.
What?
If that's just the price.
It would be an interesting conversation. So what the Giants, what are they've lost Wan'Dale Robinson. They have obviously Neighbors and Watson together would be fun. Jalen Hyatt was a huge bust. I don't think they have much else at wide receiver.
I mean, they just lost what's his name?
Wan'Dale, yep.
So
they still have Slayton. They have Slayton and Neighbors. They don't really need a fast outside wide receiver. That's like the one thing they do have. But I don't know, maybe Jaden Reed's that conversation then. Reed plus stuff for Lawrence. You could talk me into that.
Maybe.
Talked into that pretty easily.
Man, the corner market is moving pretty quick. So out of the top, let's do a special segment I call counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So there are 19 corners who ranked in the top 125 free agents in this class. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So over half of them have already signed. That's uncommon when you look at the rest of the positions like corner, the top end of the running back market, center. That's where you're seeing positions just kind of get bombed out right now.
And tackle and linebacker are getting no bites whatsoever.
Untouched, perfectly clean. I mean, I guess maybe nose tackle is seeing a little movement too.
Well, all right. Just comparing good franchises to bad franchises. I understand that the Rams had to give up a first round pick in this equation plus some other stuff, but the Rams say we're going to make over corner and they get Watson and McDuffie. And the Titans say we're going to make over corner and they get Alante Taylor and Cardale Flott. Like, and you're probably paying almost similar money. It's I know you gave $30 million to McDuffie. It was a huge investment, but I'll take what the Rams did a billion times over what the Titans did at this point.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let me ask you this, and I know the answer to this too, I think, but I'll let you give me just the easy answer, I guess. There was a little bit of buzz yesterday. I forget where I saw it, but that one of the teams that was still talking to Rasheed Walker was the Green Bay Packers. I cannot imagine.
I mean, that was the basketball guy, right? Like, do we trust that guy?
Okay, regardless of who it was.
No disrespect. I'm just saying, like, I don't think so.
Yeah. You could have told me that Schefter said it and I still wouldn't have believed it. So I don't know that like Schefter or a basketball guy or anybody else could have said it and that I would have put any more stock into it or any less stock into it. But I can't fathom a world in like, even if the price came down, even if it was like 14 million, I don't know that they would have a ton of interest.
I don't think so.
Give me Trent Williams. If you're going to do that, give me Trent Williams.
I mean, they got ahead of it, man. This is why you drafted Morgan in the first, was so you could collect the pick on Walker.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't think there's any.
And especially after you bring back Kennard to be the swing and you're paying him decent money, right?
Yeah, I can't fathom a world in which that would ever be a thing. That would be one of the more stunning Green Bay moves if it were to happen. Even if the price did come down, I just can't imagine it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Stock up Tennessee, or stock down Tennessee, stock up Jets, I think, from today's free agency moves. I think that's my big opinion.
Interesting one, not necessarily for Green Bay. I'm shocked there weren't more teams in on Minkah Fitzpatrick. He's had a weird career. I get he's coming off he gets traded from Pittsburgh to Miami and so on and whatever, but to only give up a 7th round pick and what was it, like 3 years, 40 million, or I don't even know if it was that much, but I think it was like 3 years, 40 for Minkah.
Everyone is so age pilled in the NFL, man.
He's not even that. He's what, 28?
Is he really only 28? I guess
29. Oh, it's 29. He turns 30 in November. Okay, different.
Yeah, and it's a speed position too, right? I mean, that's why you're going to see Russell probably sign for way less than other guys he's ranked closer to. I mean, so let's just talk about the corner board right now, right? Okay. So we got Tariq Woolen, who we spent a lot of time talking about. The next guy is 37, Nashawn Wright, who you could have had for free last spring. He was cut in April.
Yep.
And signed a minimum deal. Hasn't really been consistent, but had a lot of interceptions last year. So he's getting paid a premium for that specifically. After that, the top 100 is just Chidobe Awuzie and Russell Douglas, who are on the older side of things.
Russell Douglas. Yeah, it's not great there either.
I think we're venturing into, like, if I had to bet and it's not Tariq Woolen, at this point, it might be like Cam Taylor-Britt offsetting the Enagbare pick. Or I know that we've been interested in him. I don't know if I guess we're still interested in him based off of buzz that I heard recently.
Yep.
But I mean, again, he was in a courtroom on crutches in January, which is not a good situation to be in. He was basically like, I don't know if there was intoxication officially, but like the story was he was basically like doing burnouts outside of the stadium, and then he ended up getting hurt very soon after. We called the Bengals about him at the trade deadline. Obviously, whatever we offered wasn't enough to end up getting him. But he's a player I would watch.
Yeah, no, I would too. But I don't know if they would be like, I'm still intrigued in the Woolen thing. I don't know how I would feel about that. And I don't like, what are you thinking? Like 3 years, 48, 3 years, 45?
3 years, 48 for Woolen?
Yeah. Or are you thinking less or more?
I think he's going to get the 18 that the other guys got.
Okay.
That's 18 per. So I think it's closer to like 54.
Okay. Would you do it?
If I'm going to swing big, I think he's the guy to do it. I would collect the comp picks and just eat fan expectations, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, 3 years. I don't think I'm not that high on Woolen, but it does feel like it's the last big swing that kind of makes sense for Green Bay that's out there, at least at the moment. Packers need to be careful. If they keep taking advantage of Jerry Jones, they will get arrested for elder abuse. Thank you, my balls itch 1023.
Spam it.
Do it. Yeah, do it as much as you can. I don't think
they're paying. So they have Garrett. The other edge rusher is going to be Ebiketie, I guess.
For who?
For the Cowboys.
You mean not Ebiketie?
Ezeraku.
Ezeraku, yeah, Donovan Ezeraku.
I apologize.
Who is having hip surgery and either did or is going to miss all of the offseason program.
So you have him, second round pick. You're paying Rashan Garry a lot of money. You're paying Kenny Osa and who's the other guy that they just got there? They traded for him midseason. Oh crap.
Sorry, two people posted Jonathan Allen Packers, so it was just one person posting it twice. So I had to do a double check really quick to make sure that Jonathan Allen wasn't.
I thought you meant on Twitter. I was like, I don't think he's released yet. Quinn Williams. So they have Osa, Kenny, Quinn and Williams on the interior defensive line. They're going to pay those guys a ton of money. Rashan, who's due a ton of money.
Yeah.
And then Ezeraku, who you just took in the second round. You better hope you guys can get home with that, because if not, that's a ton of assets that Dallas burned.
I do wonder if Kenny gets released after all of this.
They're not gonna.
I know.
But yeah, my ears are up too, because when the Garry trade happened, I was like, can they afford Kenny anymore? And if we get Kenny back, I'd be a very happy man. We need a nose tackle.
Yeah, Chosen is just spamming. Knock it off, Chosen. How much do you think Cam Jordan would be for 1 year? And do you think he would be a good fit, good backup until Parsons returns?
Well, his contract will be fully guaranteed if he makes the roster in week 1. So it's not we sign him for 4 weeks and then let him go. We'll pay the full cost of it. Last year, he made $8.4 million in cash. Here's the thing with Cam Jordan. If you look at the metrics, his pressure rate is pretty terrible at this point. Yeah. I think if you sign him, it's basically as a run defender. I don't think that's what people are asking for.
That's what Jerry Jones wants, though. So maybe he has a future in Dallas.
I mean, so the real benefit if you sign a Cam Jordan, because he's not going to play teams, is that LVN won't have to be the starter. So LVN can still play on like punt team and stuff, which like I understand people don't care about that a lot. LVN does help them a lot on the punt unit, and you're losing Enigbare, who already was going to help on, who already was a contributor on the punt unit. So like that's the hidden benefit. But I don't think you're getting much out of him as a pass rusher at this point. So
no. Do you have a number 3 defensive end that you are kind of hoping for at this point? That somebody to basically start opposite LVN for Micah until he comes back and then be that number 3 guy?
I mean, I think there's guys who have talent. Like I think Al-Qadim Muhammad is good. I'm always interested in Arnold Ebiketie. I've liked him since he came out. I think there's a little bit potential there. I don't know what the number would be. I think we're looking more for if we're going to sign a guy, I think we're looking more in the 1-year deal range than anything.
Totally agreed.
The Packers were interested in Dante Fowler last year, and there's a weird chain of events where potentially we sign Dante Fowler and we don't trade for Micah Parsons. Like that is a reality we could have lived down. Maybe we're the Dante Fowler team this year. Maybe it makes more sense just considering situationally. I think that would kind of take us out of the edge market in the draft, though. And it's a good edge. It's from what I've heard. I haven't done the deep study into edge rusher like I have defensive line or defensive tackle, linebacker, corner, offensive line. But everything that I've heard is there's a lot of good edge rushers in the draft. You're seeing a lot of overlap in the draft and the free agents, like the strengths of the draft and the free agents that are available. Yep. And it's teams saying basically like, oh, we can get cheaper. This is how we can make cap space. And then the teams who have the money to spend are like, oh, okay, all these edge rushers are available. Maybe we can find our number 2, number 3 edge rusher on the market. And they're spending that money before they get into the draft. So that's just kind of how it's working right now with the ability to borrow from the future and stuff.
It is just a weird thing too, of just not, I know it's just one pick, but not having your first round pick just feels like it does change almost everything and you've kind of talked about it. We've kind of talked about it where, if you're looking at top 100 picks or, picks that aren't, second, third, fourth rounders, you can only fill so many holes or at least try to fill so many holes with the draft this year.
Yep.
You can't expect 5th, 6th, 7th round guys, really even 4th round or even 3rd round guys to just come in and be, impact players for you. You hope you get one in the 2nd, maybe you find one in the 3rd or 4th, but there's no guarantees of any of that. And again, that edge position early on, there's no Enigbari, there's no Rashan Garry. Mike is probably out for 4 games, and it just gets very, very dicey very quick depending on what they do.
I think they want those guys to play, though. Those mid-round backups that they have, right?
For sure.
I mean, you took them in the mid-round to play them. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's Sorrell, Colin Oliver, and then you take your chances in the draft market. The tackle market hasn't moved at all. Not an inch, Andy. Marcus Mariota, 1-year deal to be a backup, $7 million with incentives up to $11 million.
Yep.
We've kind of talked about this, the backup market kind of rising. You used to be able to get these guys for like $2 million last year. It was $5 million. Now Marcus is the first backup to sign, as far as I know. True veteran starting ability.
I think he's the second quarterback to sign, right? I think only Malik.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Unless you count the 3rd string guy from Denver. I don't really. He's more of like a practice squad guy.
Ellinger, was it?
Yeah, Ellinger. He signed on like a minimum deal.
I do not count that. I will not accept that.
I don't. I think we're talking about different markets.
Yeah, Trubisky.
True.
Doomy McSalvage coming through again.
Do we see the numbers on Trubisky?
I did not. Are they out there?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I ever saw a number for him.
I don't think I saw one either. It just says 2-year deal for
2-year deal.
Mitch.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep.
I assume it's 2 for 10.
That would probably feel about right. What a career he's had. Very interesting career.
Number 2 job after being the cap guy for a team might be backup quarterback, clipboard holder.
Doug Peterson, the Doug Peterson special.
Good life. You can make a lot
very,
of money.
very good life. Long snapper's not bad. Although long snapper, you have to tackle somebody from time to time.
You gotta run.
Yeah, that sounds. Never mind.
Run
You're right.
40 yards after blocking someone.
What you want the Tim Boyle career? What a career that guy was able to have. Do you have a backup quarterback you want? I see some, my kind of idea of trade for Levis or Justin Fields in the. I want Justin Fields as quarterback kick returner. That's what I want. Justin Fields quarterback kick returner, Justice.
So my opinion on the backup quarterback market is less of a person in mind and more don't offset the damn comp pick, right? Like if we would have given Marcus Mariota that contract, that would have been our one swing in compensatory free agency that wouldn't have punished us, right?
Sure.
With the loss of a pick. So when you saw the stuff from, was it Fowler? That was like Jimmy G might be a guy who goes to Green Bay. I don't like that. $10 million of Justin Fields' salary is guaranteed this year. So whenever the Jets move off of him, he will be signing a minimum contract. Sure, go do that. I'm looking more in the cap casualty market or trade market if you're the Levis guy, right?
Yep.
I think that makes more sense than paying for Jimmy Garoppolo as a compensatory free agent and losing a pick for it, or losing the one free swing at a compensatory.
Totally agreed. Which is why Levis hits that thin line of it's probably a 7th round pick. He makes $2 million. He's got a strong arm, some upside, some athletic ability. Titans never really used him correctly, similar to Malik Willis. That has always made sense to me. But yeah, you definitely don't want to use your kind of one free agent swing on a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Zero interest. But yeah, it's a pretty solid deal for Mariota. He obviously had experience working with Matt LaFleur. Could have made sense, but yeah, not to use your kind of one free agent signing. Lions got Larry Borum. Good for them.
He was not on the top 200 free agents, according to the internet.
So Cade Mays, Larry Borum, and Juice Scruggs are your Lions offensive line additions so far.
They're downshifting. Yeah, I mean, things started to cost money in Detroit. Turn them on the cap sheets.
It's Penei Sewell and a bunch of stuff.
Yep. And they're out there backup running back too.
Yep. Montgomery's gone, which they got a good deal for that though. So I can't blame them too much for that. Still don't know the Texans. We'll see. Well, I wonder what happens with Joe Mixon. We still don't know what he was hurt with last year, right? He's an interesting one too.
The word is it was an ATV accident that happened outside of the building.
All right.
And then he had a surgery that he didn't let the team know about. But then they found out about, which is why their general manager at the combine said, he had a weird quote where it was like, I think he had a surgery. And then fans were like, the GM doesn't even know if he had a surgery or not. But it was a shot at Mixon for him not disclosing to the team that he had a surgery, which apparently got botched. That's the rumors. But that the team knew. So yeah, that's the drama I've heard.
Was Savage the last first rounder we lost since Quay? No, Eric Stokes was the last first rounder we lost. So Savage, then Stokes, and now Quay will be the next one. What do you do with Wyatt at this point?
Extend him. I think that's what they're gonna do.
Okay.
I think they're gonna extend him, but I mean, they're at least. I would think that if you were talking Jalen Carter, you were at least shopping him a little bit. Like he had to be part of that conversation.
That would make sense.
It's really hard for me to imagine a way that you can send an offer for Jalen Carter and Wyatt not be involved. So
28 years old in March. So you're extending him probably 3 years, 29, 30, 31 for a defensive tackle. That's probably fine.
Yeah. His cap number will drop this year. I mean, not that it matters that much. We're probably going to roll over some cap whenever we get rid of Jenkins because we're going to protect those comp picks. Unless we spend a ton in compensatory free agents and we make some trades where we add some guys who are high salary guys. Plus, we're going to get extensions done for Kraft, probably Watson, probably Wyatt, maybe LVN, maybe one of the two receivers, whether it's Reed or Wicks.
Yeah. Friends, I'm going to probably head out in about 10 minutes, which obviously means the show is done. So if you want to get any final chats in the next 10 minutes or so, make sure to do so. I think a 4-hour run. And the other thing too, that you should know is as soon as this chat is done, the Packers will make a move. So as soon as that does, so get ready at the top of the hour. If so, I will try to come back on right away. But yeah, I got about 10 minutes left. Justice, I don't know if you're able to hang around for the last 10 minutes or not, but
sure.
Yeah. So if anyone else has any questions that they want to get in, definitely get them in now. And then I'm going to grab some lunch finally and kind of go from there. Yeah. We just talked about Rashid. Somebody just put that in there. Maybe I don't know what just happened to that, but yeah, it's Hargrave, a nose tackle. He can play a little nose, but he can also play next to it. So that's kind of the interesting one is where he kind of plays.
Kind of is the answer. I don't think it takes him out of the nose market if they go for it. I think he could play on too.
Engine, you're more than welcome. Huge shout out to Justice, Ken Ingalls, Aaron Nagler, Perry Goldstein, Jacob Westendorf. I think that was who stopped by today. But yeah, thank you to everyone for stopping by. Appreciate that a ton. Justice, thank you to you as well.
Oh, of course. I'm just scrolling, and when I have to write, I pop out. So
I could go now if you want them to make a move, but you're just going to have to wait 9 more minutes, and then I'll head out. I said Perry. Perry was here too. I said Perry. Best way to spend the money, work from home rocks. Glad you were able to work from home and check out the show. I do like Elijah Vera Tucker. I don't think Green Bay is going to have any interest in him. And it's going to be more than a flyer. I think he'll actually get a decent sized deal.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good player, right? It's just always the injuries with him. And I think we've locked up the guard position. So I don't think we're the team, but it's going to be interesting to see how his career plays out because I think he's going to get big money. And the hope is he stays healthy, and he hasn't stayed healthy yet, but he's good. The talent's there.
Andy, the Packers, you should have waited to do this tomorrow or the day after. That's probably true, but there's just so much that happens on this day. Yeah, we got a Gary trade. We got a Darian Kennard re-signing. We had some stuff. That was actually kind of more than if you would have told me today that we were completely radio silent from all things Packers, I would not have been super shocked by that at all.
No.
I do think Keaton Mitchell is a legit option. So basically, it's going to be less than $3 million per year. Doesn't count against the comp pick formula. You're going to lose Emmanuel Wilson. You probably don't want to spend a draft pick on a running back. And he's kind of great Marshawn Lloyd insurance. If Lloyd gets hurt again and you don't have access to him, you really just kind of need one of Lloyd or Mitchell to be healthy in that situation, because Brooks is going to be your 3, Jacobs is going to be your 1. And if you can get that sort of jitterbug sort of speed element into your offense and just adding a different sort of flavor of running back. You just need one of Lloyd or Mitchell. And if you can have that, I think it'd be great. So, and again, he can be a kick returner as well. So I'd be totally for Keaton Mitchell coming to Green Bay.
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense. Former visitor, the whole nine. He makes a lot of sense.
Bill Brasky, Matt LaFleur wants fewer offensive plays to reduce injury exposure, right? Hasn't worked. No,
I think he does. I kind of think that's true.
He wants fewer plays. I don't know if it's for injury exposure.
Yeah, well, yeah, like wear out all the whole thing. I mean, the defense is going to be one that takes a lot off of the clock too, right? People are going to be motioning a lot against Gannon, checking. The clock is going to be running that whole time. So
Antonio wants nothing to do with Keaton Mitchell. He wants a Tariq Woolen. Well, different buckets of players, Antonio. We're not saying signing Keaton Mitchell would not preclude them from doing anything else they wanted to in free agency. So they can multitask, I promise. If they wanted to do both, they certainly could. Just seeing if there's any other chats that we want to get to here. I do want to make it 4 hours, so I'm not going to leave before the 4 hour mark. I want to make sure
we got confirmation from a guy who would know this. Compensatory free agents, if they're allowed to hit the market, they do not count against the compensatory pick.
You mean restricted?
Restricted free agents, they do not count as compensatory free agents. So Keaton Mitchell, if he's not tendered, hits the market, is an unrestricted free agent, but is not a compensatory free agent. So you can sign him for free and not offset a pick.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm all in. I mean, as all in as you can get for a number 3 running back sort of thing. A'Shawn's not officially on the market, right? A'Shawn is still with the Panthers.
I don't believe so, and his numbers stink.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not an A'Shawn guy, and I'm never really have been. I get he's big.
Well, he's still under contract in 2026 right now. That could change. The Panthers could release him, but as of right now, he is still under contract. It's been a quiet 15 minutes or so with not a big signing in the last 15 minutes. What the hell's going on out there? Do something, NFL. I'm still not over the Alontae Taylor thing. I don't. If he got half as much, I still would have been like, and he got double. I mean, that's just crazy.
I don't get it.
Don't either. All right, where's Romeo going?
I don't know. I would have said West Coast because I know that was his preference, and San Francisco signed Mike Evans, and that's the one I would have circled. I don't know if the Rams need a receiver. I haven't really paid attention to that. Probably not, I would guess.
They have Puka and Devontae. They don't have much else after that.
I mean, maybe we'll see it. Like if Shaheed signs outside of Seattle, maybe that's when Romeo maybe pokes in on that. That could be something.
The Patriots were very much after a wide receiver and struck out on what's his face that stayed in Indianapolis. Pierce. So yeah, again, it's very far away from the West Coast. It is a coast-ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, New England.
I mean, to be fair, Seattle is very far away because I think Romeo's LA. Seattle's far away from LA too. So
yeah, maybe Arizona makes some sense, but they have Harrison and they've got Michael
Harrison
Wilson.
Is their ex.
And Wilson is a big physical guy too. They don't need a outside possession wide receiver. That's like the one thing they don't need. Raiders possible.
Maybe.
It's a possible one.
I don't think KC. I mean, maybe. I don't like their wide receiver room is such a mess year to year, just off of like legal stuff.
Dallas. They're spending a lot on Pickens.
Yeah, I think Dallas is about like that money is spent. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more cap space they have.
Hey, Packers, do something in the next minute, so we have one thing to talk about before we get out of here. That'd be great. Just 1 minute left, 1 minute on the clock. Packers come in with a huge signing. Don't expect it though. Titans: Alontae Taylor, Jonathan Franklin Myers, Wan'Dale Robinson, Cordell Flott, and Daniel Bellinger. How much is that? 20, 41, 58, 68, 73, 81, 81.5 million per year for those signings.
So 81.5 million per year. Goot, even though he's done the big splash thing several times, right? I think his APY collectively in free agency is somewhere in the market of like 120 million. So the Titans did like several years of free agency moves, and that's what they came away with.
Not great. Man, some bad teams just want to stay bad, it would seem like. I know that it's not always, sunshine and rainbows in Packers land, and everyone apparently just thinks Green Bay's stuck in mediocrity or whatever, but my God, there are some really, really bad situations out there, and be thankful Green Bay is not in one of them.
Yeah.
It's a good one to end with. Richard asks if Cam Akord was a pizza topping, what would he be?
Well,
pineapple.
I don't know. Like based off of like is time a factor, right? Because that's what I think of Akord. I think of the DVOA numbers, right? Where he finishes first, then it's 18th, then it's 32nd, then 28th. So like, what gets
Akord is the cheese in the stuffed crust pizza. It sounds kind of cool, and you think at first that it's like a cool thing, and then you're like, you know what? I think the crust without the cheese is just better. So I'm gonna say it's the crust or the stuffed crust pizza crust. That's what I'm going with. Justice, I cannot thank you enough. What else you got? I know top 200 you're tracking and any moves that happen, but what else is cooking on APC?
Yeah, man, we're just gonna have you covered head to toe with all this stuff. Anything that impacts Green Bay, we've already gotten like the Alex Pierce numbers. I wrote about how that's probably going to impact the Christian Watson situation. We're writing about when Packers free agents get signed elsewhere, what that means for the compensatory pick formula, the whole nine. We're going to have you covered at APC. I don't plan on moving for basically like 3 days. I went to Costco yesterday. I loaded up. Don't look at the gas prices. It's not good.
I'm going to stay away from that as much as I can, but not ideal in that side of things right now for the gas prices. I went to go to the gas station and grab some stuff before the show today, and I ran out of time. So I've basically not eaten yet. I've went through 2 Gatorade Zeros for the most part since we've been here. I'm ready to get some food. Thank you to you again. Thank you to everyone who stopped by through the course of the show today. 4 hours of nonstop free agency coverage. We've had pretty much 2,300 people in chat almost the entire time from beginning to end. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you just for supporting the channel, supporting us. We appreciate it a ton. I will be back with this guy, Justice Mosqueda, talking tonight on anything that happened today, and we'll have you covered for the podcast tomorrow. And as you can imagine, if I'm available and we get any breaking news, we will try to get to that breaking news and do a live show if we do get anything. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to Justice. Thank you again, every guest that stopped by as well. We'll see you guys all very, very soon. But until next time, and as always, go Pack Go.